This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I'm still shaking as I write this. I need to get it out of my system because I can't sleep, can't eat properly, and my husband David thinks we should talk to someone about what happened. But who would believe us? I figured I'd share it here since you guys seem open-minded about these things. This happened just last week, on January 3rd. It was around noon, and I was in the kitchen making lunch with David. Nothing fancy, just some grilled cheese sandwiches and tomato soup because it's been freezing in Boston lately. Our daughter Lily was in the living room watching Bluey on TV. She's 5 and absolutely obsessed with that show. Our apartment is nothing special, a 3-bedroom place on the 3rd floor of this older building in Dorchester. We've lived here for almost 3 years, and we've never experienced anything weird before. The place has always felt safe and normal. So I was cutting up some cheese while David heated the soup. We were talking about the most mundane stuff, bills, whether we needed to go grocery shopping later, typical married couple conversation. I turned around to grab the bread from behind me when I saw her. There was a woman standing in the doorway of the kitchen, just standing there, watching us. I completely froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. I wasn't scared right away, just confused. Like, how did someone get into our apartment? David noticed I'd stopped mid-sentence and asked what was wrong. I couldn't even form words. I just gasped and kept staring. That's when David turned to look too, and the woman quickly turned and disappeared around the corner toward our living room. In that moment, everything changed from confusion to panic. David grabbed a knife from the counter and yelled at me to call the police. Then he ran after her toward the living room where Lily was. My hands were shaking so badly I couldn't even unlock my phone. All I could think was that some stranger was in our apartment with our daughter. I finally managed to follow David into the living room, expecting the worst. But there was just Lily, sitting on the couch with her stuffed bunny, watching her show. She looked up at us with this confused expression, like we were the ones acting weird. David was frantically looking around the room, asking Lily if she'd seen anyone come in, but she just shook her head and asked why Daddy was holding a knife. David told me to stay with Lily while he searched the rest of the apartment. I held on to Lily so tight she complained I was squishing her. I could hear David moving around, opening closets, checking behind the shower curtain, looking under beds. After a few minutes, he came back looking bewildered. "There's no one here," he said. "All the windows are locked from the inside. The front door is still dead-bolted. There's literally no way someone could have gotten in or out." I started crying then, not just from relief that there wasn't some intruder who might hurt us, but because what I saw felt so real, and now I was questioning my own sanity. When I calmed down enough to speak, I told David exactly what I saw. The woman was tall, maybe 5'8" or 5'9". She wore a blue and yellow floral dress that went down past her knees and these beige high heels. Her hair was light brown with some gray, cut to shoulder length. She wasn't young, maybe in her late 40s or early 50s. The part that makes me feel sick even now is her face. When she realized I saw her, she looked directly at me with this expression of shock, like she hadn't expected to be seen. And her face, it was Lily's face. Not exactly, but the resemblance was unmistakable. It was like looking at an older version of my daughter. Same shaped eyes, same nose, same small dimple on her right cheek when her expression changed. David said he only caught a glimpse of someone turning the corner. He couldn't make out any details except that it was definitely a person with light brown hair. But he believes me. He says he's never seen me that terrified before, and he knows I wouldn't make something like this up. We spent the rest of the day trying to rationalize what happened. Carbon monoxide poisoning? But our detector works fine, and why would we both hallucinate the same thing? A reflection from outside? But our kitchen doesn't face any other buildings where we could see reflections. Sleep deprivation? I've been tired from work lately, but not to the point of seeing things. That night, after we put Lily to bed, we searched online for similar experiences. Most of what we found was obviously fake ghost stories or people's creative writing. But we did find a few accounts of people claiming to have seen older or younger versions of family members. Some people call them time slips or dimensional bleed-through. I've never believed in that kind of stuff. I'm a dental hygienist. David's an accountant. We're not exactly the type to buy into paranormal explanations. But what else could it be? The more I think about it, the more details I remember. The woman, the older Lily, was wearing a thin gold necklace with a small pendant. Lily has a similar necklace that my mother gave her for her birthday, but she only wears it on special occasions because I'm afraid she'll lose it. The older Lily also had a small scar on her forehead, just above her right eyebrow. Our Lily doesn't have that scar, at least not yet. I keep thinking about time travel. If it was really Lily from the future, why would she come back to this random January day? Nothing special happened. We ate lunch, watched TV, did laundry. A completely unremarkable day except for her appearance. Unless, what if something was supposed to happen that day? Something bad? What if future Lily came back to prevent something, but changed her mind when she saw me notice her? I haven't been able to let Lily out of my sight since it happened. I've been checking on her multiple times a night, just watching her breathe. David thinks I'm being paranoid, but he's been doing the same thing. Yesterday, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On our calendar hanging in the kitchen, there's a small flower doodle I drew next to January 3rd. The dress the woman was wearing had the exact same flower pattern. I don't know if I should be afraid. If it was Lily from the future, at least it means she grows up, right? She lives long enough to become that woman. But why did she look so startled to be seen? Why did she run away instead of speaking to us? David and I have agreed not to tell anyone else about this. Who would believe us anyway? We'd sound crazy. We haven't even mentioned it to Lily. She's too young to understand, and I don't want to frighten her. But I've started taking more photos of her, recording videos of ordinary moments, just in case there's something I'm missing, some clue about what might happen. I've also started keeping a journal of anything unusual, no matter how small. The rational part of my brain says there's a logical explanation. Maybe a neighbor who looks like Lily somehow got into our apartment by mistake and was embarrassed when they realized their error. Maybe they slipped out when David was checking another room. But that doesn't explain the locked door, the windows, how they would have gotten a key. I find myself staring at Lily sometimes, trying to picture her as that woman. Will she still have that little dimple when she smiles? Will she wear floral dresses and heels? Will she have that small scar on her forehead? And how will she get it? It's been 5 days, and nothing else strange has happened. No more visitors, no unexplained noises, no objects moving on their own. Our apartment feels normal again, except that I jump every time I see movement out of the corner of my eye. I keep wondering if it'll happen again, if older Lily will come back, or if we'll see other people from the future. Part of me wants to move to a different apartment, start fresh somewhere else, but another part wonders if it would follow us, if this has nothing to do with our physical location, but something about us, about Lily. I'm not sleeping well. I keep having this recurring dream where I'm standing in our kitchen, but I'm the one in the doorway watching a younger version of myself cooking. I try to say something in the dream, but no sound comes out. I just stand there, watching, until the younger me turns around and sees me. Then I wake up in a cold sweat. David says we need to try to move on, to not let this take over our lives. He's probably right. But how do you just move on from something like this? How do you go back to normal after seeing what might be your daughter from the future standing in your kitchen? I've started wondering about other strange things that have happened over the years that I dismissed, like the time Lily, at age 3, talked about remembering when our kitchen was yellow. It's always been white since we've lived here. Or the time she described in detail a playground we'd never taken her to, only for us to discover that exact playground when we moved to this neighborhood a month later. Sometimes I wonder if Lily knows more than she's letting on. Last night, she looked up from her coloring book and asked, "Mommy, can people come back from tomorrow?" I nearly dropped the plate I was holding. When I asked her what she meant, she just shrugged and went back to coloring. Maybe children are more in tune with these things. Maybe Lily sensed something that day but didn't have the vocabulary to express it. Or maybe it was just a random question from a curious 5-year-old. I've started taking more pictures of our apartment too, not just Lily, documenting what it looks like now. I'm not sure why. Maybe to compare if something changes, to have proof of how things were before. Whatever this is, David thinks we should get cameras installed just in case it happens again. At least then we'd have proof, something concrete to look at. I'm torn about it. Part of me wants evidence, but another part is terrified of what we might capture. What if we see her again and the cameras show nothing? What if this is all in our heads? Or worse, what if the cameras do capture her and we have to face the reality that somehow our future daughter visited us? I keep going back to the expression on her face when she realized I could see her. It wasn't just surprise, there was recognition and something like fear, like she'd made a terrible mistake. I check the deadbolt on our front door multiple times a night now. I know it makes no sense. If she could get in before, locks probably wouldn't stop her. But it makes me feel better, having some illusion of control. The worst part is not knowing if we'll ever see her again, not knowing why she was here, not knowing if this means something terrible is going to happen, or if it was just some cosmic hiccup. If by some crazy chance you're reading this, future Lily, please know we're not angry. We're just scared and confused. If you can come back, maybe stay long enough to explain, to tell us what's going on. I'm sorry this is so long and probably sounds completely insane, but I swear on everything I love that this happened exactly as I've described it. I've never experienced anything like this before, and I hope I never do again. I just needed to tell someone who might understand, or at least not immediately think I'm having a mental breakdown. Thanks for reading. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now, but I need to get it off my chest. I still can't explain what happened that night in my apartment in Portland, and it's honestly messing with my head. It was a normal Wednesday evening in February. Nothing special, just me wrapped in my favorite blanket with a cup of hot chocolate, playing Stardew Valley on my Switch. I'd been grinding for hours trying to finish the community center bundles. The weather outside was that gross mix of rain and sleet that Maine does so well in winter, the kind that makes you grateful to be indoors. Around 9:30 p.m., my phone rang. I glanced at it and saw no caller ID on the screen. I let it go to voicemail since I was in the middle of fishing for a sturgeon. And honestly, who answers unknown numbers these days? Probably just another scam about my car's extended warranty or something. But then it rang again immediately after. Same no caller ID. Now I was curious. I'd applied for a few jobs recently, and sometimes hiring managers call from blocked numbers. I paused my game and picked up. "Hello?" I said, expecting it to be a robocall. "Hey, why didn't you answer the first time?" The voice on the other end hit me like a splash of cold water. It was Sophia's voice. Exactly Sophia's voice, my girlfriend of 2 years, with that slight rasp she gets when she's tired. "Sophia?" I asked, confused. Yeah? Who else would it be?" She sounded annoyed, like I was playing some dumb joke. I looked at my phone again. "Why are you calling from a blocked number?" "What are you talking about? I'm calling from my phone." She sounded genuinely confused. Exactly how Sophia sounds when she's trying to figure out why her phone is acting up. "Your caller ID isn't showing up," I explained. "Ugh, this stupid phone. I swear I just paid the bill yesterday." She sighed in frustration. "Anyway, can I come over? I'm done with my shift earlier than expected, and I miss you." This seemed normal enough. Sophia works at a restaurant downtown and sometimes gets cut early on slow nights. But something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it. "Where are you now?" I asked. "Just left work. I can grab a lift. Actually, remember that $5 discount code we got? I think it's still on your account, not mine. Can you book it for me?" This caught my attention because Sophia and I did share a Lyft account, and we'd recently gotten a discount code after a driver took a weird route and made us late for a dinner reservation. The code was definitely on my account. Sophia had tried to use it last weekend and couldn't. "Yeah, I think I still have it," I said slowly, opening the Lyft app. "Give me a second." "Thanks, babe." "Oh, and the driver's already nearby on Congress Street, so it shouldn't take long." I froze. I hadn't even opened the app yet, let alone requested a ride or seen where any drivers were. How did she know there was a driver on Congress Street? A cold feeling spread through my chest. Something wasn't right. "Hey, Sophia," I said, keeping my voice casual. "What did we have for dinner last night?" It was a test. We'd ordered Thai food and watched that terrible Netflix documentary about the guy with all the tigers. Without hesitation, she answered, "Pad Thai for you, green curry for me. And you kept complaining about that tiger show even though you were the one who wanted to watch it." My stomach dropped. That was exactly right. "Actually," she continued, "instead of you booking it, can you just send me the money? It's being weird about letting me select your saved address." That's when alarm bells really started ringing. Sophia knows my address is saved under a nickname in my Lyft account, Rachel's Cave, because I set it up as a joke. She's never had trouble finding it. And why would she need me to send money when she could just use my account directly? I think I might just come pick you up instead," I said, buying time. "Where exactly are you?" She paused, just a beat too long. "I'm outside the restaurant, but it's gross out. Just book the Lyft. Actually, you know what? Just send me $15 through Venmo and I'll get one myself. The discount isn't working anyway." Now I was sure something was wrong. Sophia never asks me for money like that. We have a weird thing about it ever since we had a big fight about finances early in our relationship. We always use the apps directly or pay each other back in person. "Let me call you right back," I said quickly. "Someone's at my door." "No," the voice said sharply, then immediately softened. "I mean, can you just stay on the line? I haven't talked to you all day." My hands were shaking now. I pulled the phone away from my ear. and with my thumb hovering over the screen, quickly opened my contacts and called Sophia, my Sophia, on her actual number, keeping the mysterious call on the line. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. On the 4th ring, Sophia, the real Sophia, answered. "Hey, what's up?" Her voice came through clearly, the familiar background noise of her apartment obvious, her roommate's loud TV, the sound of her cat meowing for dinner. "Where are you right now?" I asked urgently, my heart pounding. "At home? I just got out of the shower. Why?" "You haven't called me tonight? You're not trying to come over?" "No," she said slowly. "I have an early shift tomorrow, remember? We talked about this at lunch. Rachel, what's going on?" I looked at my other phone call, still connected. I could hear breathing on the line. "I'll call you right back," I told the real Sophia, and hung up. I switched back to the mysterious call. The breathing continued, steady and calm. "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice quavering despite my attempt to sound brave. The line was silent for a moment, and then the voice, still eerily, perfectly Sophia's, spoke again. "I don't understand what's happening." She sounded genuinely confused and a little scared. "Rachel, it's me. It's Sophia. I just spoke to Sophia. She's at home. She hasn't called me." Another long pause. "That's not possible. I'm Sophia. I just got off work early and wanted to see you." Her voice caught, sounding hurt. "Why are you doing this?" My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what was happening. Was this some elaborate scam? But how would they know about the Lyft discount, about what we ate last night, about how Sophia talks? "If you're really Sophia," I said, "tell me where we went on our first date." "Arabica coffee," she answered immediately. "You were wearing that blue flannel shirt I still steal sometimes, and you spilled your latte when I told you I was a Scorpio." She laughed softly. "You said you were fine with it, but I caught you Googling "Are Scorpios really crazy?" in the bathroom." My blood ran cold. That was exactly what happened. I had never told anyone about the Google search. I was so embarrassed at the time. Sophia had caught a glimpse of my phone screen when she came to check on me, and it became an inside joke between us. "Who are you?" I whispered. The voice sounded equally confused now. "Rachel, you're scaring me. I don't know what's happening. I'm Sophia. I'm your girlfriend. We've been together for 2 years and 3 months. You have a tiny scar on your left hip from when you fell off your bike as a kid. You hate cilantro because you think it tastes like soap. You cry every time you watch Inside Out, even though you pretend it's allergies." Every detail was perfect, things only Sophia would know. "But I just talked to Sophia," I said, my voice small. "She's at her apartment." There was a long silence. "That's not possible," the voice finally said. "Unless, Rachel, what's the date today?" "February 16th, I answered. "And it's 2023, right?" "Yes." Another pause. "And you live on Pine Street? Apartment 3B? That sent ice through my veins. I'd moved to this apartment 6 months ago, but I'd never updated my address on any social media. I'm paranoid about that stuff. "Yes," I whispered. The voice on the phone took a shaky breath. "Rachel, something is very wrong. I'm looking at my phone right now and it says February 16th, 2023, but I'm standing outside our old apartment on Cumberland Avenue, the one we had before we moved to Pine Street in January. We had indeed lived on Cumberland Avenue until January of 2022. We'd moved out over a year ago." "That's not possible," I said. "We moved out of Cumberland over a year ago." "A year ago?" The voice sounded genuinely shocked. "No, we just signed the lease for Pine Street last month. We're moving next week. I have the keys in my purse right now." My mind was spinning. Was I talking to Sophia from the past, A Sophia from a year ago who somehow called me in the future? But that couldn't be right. She knew about the Lyft discount we'd just gotten last week and about the Thai food from yesterday. This doesn't make any sense, I said, more to myself than to her. Wait, the voice said suddenly. Your bathroom door, is it still sticking? The one that needs to be lifted up a bit to close properly? Yes, I answered cautiously. And have we fixed the kitchen outlet yet? The one by the stove that doesn't work? These were both ongoing issues in my current apartment. Issues that hadn't existed in our old place on Cumberland. No, we haven't fixed it yet, I said. So you're in our apartment on Pine Street right now, the apartment we just rented. But you're saying we moved there a year ago. She paused. Rachel, I think I'm calling you from, I don't know, another timeline or something. This is too weird. I didn't know what to believe. It sounded crazy. But what other explanation was there? She knew everything. Things only Sophia would know. I need to hang up and call the real Sophia back, I said, my voice trembling. I am the real Sophia, the voice insisted, sounding desperate now. Rachel, please don't hang up. I don't know what's happening, but I'm scared. Part of me felt terrible. She sounded so genuinely upset, but another part was terrified. This couldn't be happening. I'm sorry, I need to go, I said quickly. Wait, she cried. Look, I don't understand what's happening either, but please, can you at least send me money for a lift? I'm standing outside in the sleet, and I just want to come see you and figure this out. That brought me back to reality. No matter how convincing this was, no matter how much this voice sounded like Sophia and knew things only Sophia could know, something was very wrong. I can't do that, I said firmly. I'm going to hang up now. Rachel, please. But I ended the call. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial Sophia, my Sophia, back. When she answered, I immediately put her on speaker, needing to hear her voice fill the room to ground me in reality. Sophia, where are you right now? Can you FaceTime me? She must have heard the panic in my voice because she didn't question me. A few seconds later, my phone lit up with a FaceTime request. I accepted, and there she was, hair wet from the shower, sitting on her familiar blue couch with her cat in her lap. What's going on? She asked, looking concerned. You're freaking me out. I explained everything, the call, the voice that was identical to hers, the details this person knew that no one else could possibly know. Sophia's face grew increasingly pale as I spoke. That's impossible, she said when I finished. I haven't called you at all tonight, and I definitely haven't left my apartment. I know, I said. That's what scares me. How could someone know all those things? About the Lyft discount, about our first date, about what we ate yesterday? Sophia shook her head, looking disturbed. I don't know. It sounds like something out of a horror movie. Just then, my phone buzzed with a text message. Unknown number. I opened it. Rachel, it's me. I don't know what's happening or why you hung up. I'm scared and confused. I'm standing outside our old apartment in the rain. Please help me understand what's going on. I showed the text to Sophia on FaceTime. Her eyes widened. Block that number, she said immediately. This is too creepy. I did as she suggested, but my mind kept racing. How could this person, this thing, know so much? It wasn't a scam. It was too personal, too specific. It wasn't Sophia playing a trick. I could see her right in front of me. It wasn't a hallucination. I had the text message to prove it. The only explanation that made any sense was also the most impossible. Somehow, I had received a call from another version of Sophia, a Sophia from a parallel universe or timeline where things were slightly different. A Sophia who thought she was about to move into our current apartment, not realizing she was somehow connecting with me a year in the future. We talked for hours that night, Sophia coming over to stay with me because neither of us wanted to be alone. We went through all the possibilities, from elaborate scams to supernatural phenomena, but nothing made sense. The number never called again. I tried calling it back the next day, but it was disconnected. The text message is still on my phone. I couldn't bring myself to delete it, like it's evidence that I'm not crazy, that this really happened. I still don't have answers. Sometimes I wonder if somewhere out there, another Rachel is just as confused, receiving calls from my Sophia, while her Sophia stands in the rain, locked out of a reality that isn't quite hers. All I know is that when my phone rings now and it says no caller ID, my blood runs cold. Because what if it's happening again? What if this time, the voice on the other end isn't content to stay on the other side? I've been putting off writing about this for years because honestly, it still freaks me out to think about it. Even as I type this, I'm getting that same cold feeling in my stomach that I had when it happened. This all went down when I was 18, back in our house in Parma, just outside Cleveland. It was fall. I remember because the Browns season had just started, and my dad had gone to watch the game at his buddy Mike's place, where they'd shoot pool afterward. That night was completely normal at first. Mom was folding laundry on the couch while half watching some reality show. My sister Amber was sitting cross-legged on the floor, scrolling through college websites on her laptop. She was a junior then, and starting to think about applications. I was sprawled out in Dad's recliner, texting my girlfriend about some stupid fight we were having that felt like the end of the world at the time. We were just doing our own thing, but also kind of talking. You know how families are sometimes. Everyone's doing something different, but still having a conversation. Mom was telling us about how Mrs. Keegan next door was putting in a koi pond, even though everyone knew it would just attract raccoons. Regular, boring Wednesday night stuff. Our house was this split level from the 80s, nothing special. From the living room, you could hear the back door open and close pretty clearly because the hinges always squeaked. Dad kept saying he'd WD-40 them, but never got around to it. That sound was like our alert system for when Dad got home. It was probably around 9:30 when we heard the back door open. None of us really reacted because we figured it was just Dad coming back from Mike's. The Browns game had ended a while ago, so the timing made sense. Pool night usually wrapped up by 10 anyway, but then something felt off. The footsteps coming from the kitchen didn't sound right. If you live with someone long enough, you just know how they walk, you know? Dad had this heavy step, like thud, 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 partly because he's a big guy who spent 30 years working construction, and partly because he never really learned to walk quietly. Mom was always saying he walked like he was trying to put holes in the floor. These footsteps were nothing like that. They were lighter, faster, kind of like someone who was trying to walk quietly, but not quite succeeding. Like tip-tap, tip-tap, tip-tap. At first I thought maybe Dad was trying to sneak in because he'd stayed out later than he said he would, but that made no sense. He'd never done that before. I looked at Mom, and she was looking at me with this confused expression. Then I glanced at Amber and saw she'd stopped scrolling and was staring toward the kitchen doorway. We were all hearing it, and we were all thinking the same thing. That's not Dad. Then the footsteps stopped, right before the entrance to the living room. There was this weird pause. Probably only a few seconds, but it felt way longer. And then we heard a voice call out, "I'm home." I swear to God it wasn't my dad's voice, not even close. Dad has this deep, gravelly voice from years of smoking before he quit when I was in middle school. This voice was higher pitched, smoother. It's hard to describe, but it was completely different. It sounded almost cheerful, which was extra weird because Dad isn't the cheerful announcement type. Mom stood up immediately, the laundry falling to the floor. I remember how the basket tipped over and a bunch of socks spilled out. Her face had gone completely white. Amber had this deer-in-headlights look, and I could see her gripping her laptop so hard her knuckles were white. I stood up too, feeling like I should do something, protect my mom and sister or whatever, but I was frozen. My heart was pounding so hard, I swear I could hear it. And then my dad walked in. It was definitely him. Same balding head, same Cleveland brown sweatshirt he'd left in, same everything. But I immediately knew something was wrong. It's like, you know when your computer glitches and for a split second the image doesn't match what's supposed to be there? That's what it felt like. Like my brain couldn't connect the voice we'd just heard with the person standing in front of us. "What's going on?" Dad asked, looking at all our faces. His voice was completely normal now, the deep, familiar voice I'd heard my whole life. Mom was the first to speak. "Bill, was that you just now? Who said I'm home?" Dad looked confused. "Yeah, I just said I was home. What's the matter with everyone? You all look like you've seen a ghost." Amber started shaking her head. No, that wasn't your voice, Dad. That wasn't you." I found my voice finally and asked, "Did someone come in with you? Is someone else here?" Dad looked at me like I was crazy. "What are you talking about? I just got back from Mike's. No one's with me." "But we heard footsteps," Mom insisted. "Different footsteps, and then a voice that wasn't yours." Dad laughed, but I could tell he was getting uncomfortable. "You guys are being weird. I walked in, said I was home like I always do, and now you're all freaking out." "Dad," I said, "we all heard it. It wasn't your voice." He walked past us to put his keys on the side table, and I noticed he was completely sober. This wasn't some drunk misunderstanding. He'd only had a couple beers, like he always did on pool night. Mom followed him. "Bill, I'm serious. The voice we heard, it wasn't you. It was someone else." Dad started getting irritated then. "Jesus, Karen, there's no one else here. Who else would it be? I walked in the back door, came through the kitchen and said I was home. End of story." But it wasn't the end of the story. Not for us. Because all three of us, Mom, Amber, and me, had heard exactly the same thing. A different person's footsteps, a different person's voice. And then Dad appeared. We kept going back and forth about it for maybe half an hour. Dad getting more and more annoyed, the three of us insisting we weren't making it up. Finally, Dad just threw up his hands and said, "Well, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe the neighbor's TV was too loud or something." But our neighbors were an elderly couple who were practically deaf and watched TV with closed captions. And anyway, this voice had been inside our house, not coming through the walls. Eventually we dropped it because Dad was getting really upset, but Mom looked so shaken that I stayed up with her after Dad and Amber went to bed. We sat at the kitchen table drinking hot chocolate, both of us jumpy at every little sound the house made. "I've never heard anything like that before," Mom whispered. "It wasn't just different, Trevor. It was wrong somehow." I knew exactly what she meant. The voice had been technically normal, a man's voice, speaking English, not distorted or anything. But something about it felt off in a way I couldn't explain, like it was trying to sound like a person coming home, but didn't quite get it right. Mom went around checking all the doors and windows twice before she felt okay going to bed. I remember sitting in my room afterward, listening to every creak and groan of our house, wondering if there was someone or something hiding somewhere inside. The next morning, it was weird. No one mentioned it at breakfast. It was like we were all afraid to bring it up again. Dad acted completely normal, like nothing had happened. But I caught Mom and Amber exchanging glances a few times, and I knew they were thinking about it too. A couple days later, when Dad wasn't around, the three of us talked about it again. We all described exactly the same thing: the lighter footsteps, the pause, and then that voice that definitely wasn't Dad's. But the weird thing was, we all described the voice a little differently. Mom said it sounded too smooth, like a radio announcer. Amber thought it sounded younger than Dad, but trying to sound older. To me, it had sounded almost cheerful, but with something artificial about it, like when you can tell someone's faking being happy. We tried to come up with explanations. Maybe Dad was playing a prank, but that made no sense. Dad's not the pranking type, and he seemed genuinely confused by our reaction. Maybe we'd all misheard. But how could three people mishear the same thing in exactly the same way? Maybe someone had somehow gotten into our house right before Dad and then hidden. But we'd checked everywhere, and anyway, why would an intruder announce, "I'm home"? Nothing made sense. Over the next few weeks, we were all on edge. Mom started keeping a baseball bat by the front door. I found myself checking the locks multiple times before bed. Amber started having trouble sleeping. Dad thought we were all overreacting to what he still insisted was nothing. We never heard that voice again, but the incident changed something in our house. It was like we'd all been reminded that the normal world we thought we lived in might not be so normal after all. That was 7 years ago. I'm 25 now, with my own apartment in Cleveland. Mom and Dad still live in that same house. Amber's in Chicago for grad school. We never really talk about that night anymore, except occasionally when the three of us are alone together. Dad still has no memory of anything unusual and gets annoyed if we bring it up, so we've stopped mentioning it around him. But sometimes when I visit my parents and hear the back door open, I feel my body tense up. And I can see Mom and Amber do the same thing. We all wait, listening to the footsteps, until we hear Dad's familiar voice, his real voice, call out that he's home. I've read about all kinds of weird phenomena since then, trying to make sense of what happened. Glitches in reality, doppelgangers, even possession. But nothing quite fits what we experienced. Sometimes I wonder if for just those few seconds, it wasn't my dad walking into our house. If something else came in first, something that looked like him, sounded almost like him, but wasn't him at all. Something that somehow switched places with the real him just before he entered the living room. Or maybe for those few moments, my dad was, I don't know, somewhere else. And whatever briefly took his place didn't quite get the details right. All I know for sure is what the three of us heard that night wasn't my dad. And to this day, none of us can explain it. I still get chills thinking about it. What if whatever it was had stayed? What if my dad hadn't appeared and it had been that other thing instead? Would we have noticed immediately or only gradually realized something was off? I don't have answers, but I know what I heard, what we all heard. And sometimes late at night when I'm alone in my apartment and hear an unexpected sound, my mind goes right back to that night, to the voice that wasn't my dad's, to the stranger who said, "I'm home," in a house where they didn't belong. I've been geocaching with my dad since I was in high school. For those who don't know, Geocaching is basically a worldwide treasure hunt where people hide containers, caches, and post the GPS coordinates online for others to find. When you find one, you sign the logbook inside to prove you were there. It's a fun hobby that gets you outdoors, and my dad and I have spent countless weekends hiking through forests looking for these hidden treasures. What happened to us last summer in the Cascade Mountains still messes with my head. I've tried explaining it to friends, but they either think I'm making it up or misremembering. I'm writing this all down now because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone else has experienced something similar. There was this particular cache called Forest Guardian, hidden somewhere in the foothills, that had been driving us crazy. According to the app, it was a difficulty level 3, moderately challenging, which normally wouldn't be a problem for us. We'd been geocaching for years and had found over 300 caches together. But this one was different. We'd already tried to find it twice before. The first attempt was back in May. We hiked about 3 miles up this trail that follows an old logging road. The coordinates led us to this rocky outcropping with several fallen trees covered in moss. We searched for over an hour, checking every nook, cranny, and hollowed-out stump, but found nothing. Dad even climbed on top of some of the rocks to check if it was hidden up high. Eventually, we had to give up because it was getting late. Our second attempt was in early June. We came better prepared this time, with proper hiking boots and extra water. The weather was clearer too. The geocaching app showed that 2 other people had found it since our failed attempt, which was encouraging but also frustrating. What were we missing? Again, we spent over an hour searching the same area, expanding our search radius, but still nothing. Dad suggested maybe the cache had been removed or washed away in a recent storm, but the app clearly showed recent finds. Last weekend, we decided to try one more time. It had become something of a personal challenge, and neither of us likes to leave things unfinished. It was a perfect Saturday morning, not too hot, with patches of sunlight filtering through the trees. Before we left home, I checked the app one last time. Someone else had found it just 4 days earlier and left a cryptic hint. Look where the light doesn't reach, beneath what once stood tall. The drive up to the trailhead took about an hour. We parked in the small dirt lot, grabbed our backpacks, and headed up the familiar path. Dad was in a good mood, talking about his work projects and asking about my girlfriend. The hike to the cache location always felt longer than it actually was, probably because of the anticipation. When we got to the area, I pulled out my phone and opened the geocaching app. The GPS showed we were within 20 feet of the cache. This time, I decided to take the recent hint seriously. Look where the light doesn't reach, beneath what once stood tall. I surveyed the area and noticed a massive old tree stump about 15 feet away. It had clearly been a huge tree before being cut down, probably decades ago. Dad, I think it might be over there, I said, pointing to the stump. The stump was about 5 feet tall and hollow in the middle, creating a dark cavity. I walked over and peered inside, but couldn't see anything in the shadows. I turned on my phone's flashlight and shined it down into the hollow core. There, nestled at the bottom against one side, was a small green waterproof container, the classic type used for geocaches. "Found it!" I shouted, feeling that familiar rush of satisfaction. I reached down and pulled it out. It was slightly damp and covered in bits of decomposing wood, but intact. Dad came over, and we both sat down on a nearby fallen log. This was our ritual. Whenever we found a cache, we'd sit down, open it together, and sign the logbook. I twisted open the container and pulled out a small notebook sealed in a Ziploc bag. There were also a few trinkets inside, a small plastic dinosaur, a foreign coin, and a tiny compass keychain. Nothing unusual for a geocache. I opened the logbook and flipped through the pages. There were entries going back about 2 years, people from all over leaving their names and the dates they found it. I flipped to the most recent page to add our names, and that's when everything just stopped. My blood went cold. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. But no matter how many times I blinked, what I was seeing didn't change. There, at the bottom of the page, were our names. Michael and Dad, June 8th, written in my handwriting. Not similar handwriting, my handwriting, with that weird way I loop my M's and the slight slant to the right. I must have made some kind of noise because Dad looked over at me with concern. "What's wrong?" he asked. I couldn't answer. I just showed him the logbook, my finger pointing to our names. He took the book from my hands and stared at it. "Is this some kind of joke?" he finally said. "That's my handwriting," I whispered. "But I've never found this cache before. We've never found it." Dad frowned and pulled out his own phone. He opened his geocaching app and checked our history. His face went pale. "Michael, according to the app, we found this cache on our last visit, June 8th. June 8th. That was the date of our second attempt, the day we had searched for an hour and left frustrated because we couldn't find it." "That's impossible," I said. "We never found it. We looked everywhere that day." "I know," Dad replied, his voice unnaturally quiet. "I remember leaving empty-handed." With shaking hands, I took back the logbook and examined it more closely. Not only had we supposedly signed it, but we'd left that hint. "Look where the light doesn't reach, beneath what once stood tall." The same hint I had read that morning, the hint that led us directly to the cache today. I checked my phone again. The app confirmed what Dad had said. Our account showed we had found Forest Guardian on June 8th. There was even a comment from our account. "Tricky one, found after extensive searching, hidden in hollow stump." But I knew with absolute certainty that we hadn't found it on June 8th. We had left disappointed. We had talked about it on the drive home, strategizing for our next attempt. I distinctly remember Dad saying, "Third time's the charm," as we pulled out of the parking lot. I looked at Dad, and I could tell he was having the same thoughts. We both remembered not finding it. We both remembered leaving empty-handed. But here was evidence that somehow we had. "Maybe someone's hacked our account," Dad suggested, but his tone made it clear he didn't believe that. "And perfectly forged my handwriting," I added. We sat in silence for a while, the forest eerily quiet around us. Even the birds seemed to have stopped singing. I tried to piece together a logical explanation. Could we both be misremembering? That seemed unlikely. Our failed attempts had been a topic of conversation multiple times. Could someone be playing an elaborate prank? But who would go to such lengths and why? The longer we sat there, the more unsettled I felt. It wasn't just confusion. It was an increasing sense of wrongness, like the world had shifted slightly out of alignment. "Let's pack up and head back," Dad finally said. His voice sounded normal, but I could see tension in his face. We put everything back in the cache exactly as we'd found it, including the logbook with our names mysteriously already there. I placed it back in the hollow stump, trying not to think about the implications. The hike back to the car was almost entirely silent. Both of us were lost in our thoughts, trying to make sense of what had happened. The forest, which had seemed so beautiful and peaceful on our way in, now felt watchful, almost threatening. About halfway back, Dad stopped suddenly. Do you remember what we did after we couldn't find the cache on June 8th? I thought back. We hiked back to the car, drove to that diner in Oak Ridge for lunch, then went home. You watched the baseball game that afternoon. Dad nodded slowly. That's what I remember too. Mariners versus Oakland. Mariners lost 5-3. I can even show you the texts I sent to Amber that evening, complaining about not finding the cache, I added, pulling out my phone and scrolling through my message history. Sure enough, there they were. Texts sent at 6:43 p.m. on June 8th. Struck out again on that forest cache, beginning to think it doesn't exist, followed by Amber's response. Maybe the real treasure is the friends you made along the way. I showed Dad the texts, and he just shook his head. The drive home was tense. We tried to discuss other topics, Dad's upcoming fishing trip, my job, the weather, but the conversation kept circling back to what had happened. Maybe there's a glitch in the app, Dad suggested at one point. That doesn't explain the log book, I countered, or the hint that we supposedly left. When we got home, I immediately went online and researched the cache. The listing showed it had been placed 2 years ago by someone with the username MountainTrekker92. There were 47 logged finds, including ours on June 8th. I clicked on our log, and there it was, a short comment apparently posted by me. Tricky one, found after extensive searching, hidden in hollow stump. I showed Dad, and he just stared at the screen. I don't remember writing that, I said. I don't remember finding it at all, Dad replied. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept going over every detail of our previous trips, trying to find some explanation. Could we have found it on June 8th, signed the logbook, and then both somehow forgotten about it? But that made no sense. We had spent the entire drive home that day talking about how frustrating it was not to find it. The next morning, I called my girlfriend Amber and told her everything. She listened patiently, then suggested the most logical explanation, that Dad and I had found the cache on our second attempt, but somehow both misremembered it as a failure. Memory is weird, she said. Maybe you guys were tired or distracted, and it just didn't register properly. But that didn't explain the hint that we supposedly left and that later led us directly to the cache. How could we have known where it was to leave a hint if we didn't remember finding it? Over the next few days, the experience kept gnawing at me. I went through old photos on my phone, looking for any evidence of what really happened on June 8th. I found pictures from that day, selfies Dad and I had taken at the trailhead before starting our hike, pictures of interesting plants and rock formations along the trail, but nothing of the cache itself. If we had found it, wouldn't I have taken a picture of it or us with it, like I usually do? A week later, Dad and I met for dinner. We hadn't talked much since the incident, both needing time to process it. As soon as we sat down, I could tell it had been bothering him as much as it had me. "I've been thinking," he said, leaning forward and keeping his voice low, even though the restaurant was noisy. "What if we did find it that day, but not in this timeline?" I stared at him. Dad had always been the practical one, the one who found logical explanations for everything. Hearing him suggest something so sci-fi was jarring. "You mean like parallel universes?" I asked. He shrugged, looking slightly embarrassed. "I know it sounds crazy, but I've been reading about quantum physics theories. Some scientists believe there could be infinite parallel universes where different versions of us made different choices. So you think in some other timeline we found the cache on June 8th, but in our timeline we didn't?" I said, trying to wrap my head around it. "And somehow those timelines merged or intersected," Dad continued. "I don't know how else to explain it. We both clearly remember not finding it, yet there's evidence that we did. It sounded absurd, but no more absurd than any other explanation we'd come up with. If that's true, I said slowly, then what else might be different? What other memories might not match up with what actually happened in this timeline? Dad didn't have an answer for that, and neither did I. It's been 3 months now since that day in the forest. Dad and I have gone geocaching a few more times, but we've avoided talking about the forest guardian incident. It's like we've silently agreed to move on, even though I know neither of us has forgotten. Sometimes I wake up at night with a cold sweat, wondering what else in my life might suddenly reveal itself to be different from what I remember. Did I really go to that concert last year? Did I actually have that conversation with my boss? The foundations of my reality feel shakier than before. I've thought about going back to that cache alone to see if there are any other clues, but something stops me. Fear, maybe. Fear of what else I might discover about a world that suddenly seems a lot less solid than it used to be. So I'm putting this out there, hoping someone else has experienced something similar. Has anyone else ever found evidence of something you know you didn't do? Has anyone else ever had memories that don't match up with reality? Because I'm starting to think that the world is a lot stranger than we give it credit for, and that time, or reality itself, might not be as linear as we all assume. I've been staring at my laptop screen for an hour now, trying to figure out how to even write this down. My hands keep shaking every time I try to type. I've never told anyone about this. I mean, who would believe me? But I've got to get this off my chest before I completely lose my mind. I'm a boarding school counselor in Riverdale. I've been working here for about 3 years now, and I generally love my job. I get to help teenagers navigate the most confusing years of their lives, and there's something really fulfilling about being that safe person they can turn to. But something happened last month that's turned my entire world upside down, and now I can't sleep, can't eat, can't focus on anything without this constant loop of questions spinning in my head. It all started 10 years ago. I was 20, working at this small clothing store in the mall while putting myself through college. Nothing special, just folding clothes and helping customers find what they were looking for. It was a Tuesday afternoon, pretty slow, and I was organizing a display of jeans when the bell over the door chimed. I looked up and saw this teenager walk in, maybe 15 or 16, skinny with that classic emo look that was popular back then. Black skinny jeans, band t-shirt, dark hair swooped over one eye. Nothing unusual. I gave him the standard, "Oh my God, it's you." I looked up, confused. The kid was staring at me like he'd just found a long-lost friend. His face was lit up with this genuine excitement that caught me completely off guard. "I'm sorry," I said, trying to place him. Maybe he was someone's little brother, a family friend I'd forgotten. His smile faltered a bit. "It's me, Johnny. Do you have amnesia or something?" He laughed, but I could see he was confused by my reaction. I felt that awkward panic you get when someone clearly knows you, but you have absolutely no idea who they are. I studied his face, trying desperately to place him, but there was nothing familiar about him at all. "I'm really sorry," I told him, "but I don't think we've met before." The smile completely disappeared from his face then. He looked hurt, genuinely hurt. "Elizabeth, we've known each other for years. This isn't funny." My heart was racing. I hate those situations where you make someone feel bad, but I was certain I'd never seen this kid before in my life. "I'm not joking," I said gently. "I really don't remember meeting you. Maybe you've confused me with someone else?" He stared at me for a long moment, searching my face. Then something changed in his expression, like a light going out. "You really don't know me, do you?" I shook my head. He backed away slowly. "I'm sorry. I thought I must have. I'm sorry." And then he turned and practically ran out of the store. I stood there for a good 5 minutes, replaying the interaction in my head. Had I forgotten someone important? Had I met him at a party and been too drunk to remember? But he was just a kid. Where would I have met a teenager? I racked my brain for days afterward, but came up with nothing. For some reason, that brief encounter stuck with me for years. I'd catch myself scanning crowds sometimes, hoping to see that kid again so I could ask him where he thought we knew each other from. But I never did. Eventually, it just became one of those weird life moments you can't explain. Fast forward to last month. I was at work at Riverdale boarding school where I counsel a group of about 15 students. We'd just lost one of our regulars, a family relocation to Europe or something, and I'd been told we were getting a transfer student to replace him. I was sitting in my office, reviewing some notes before our afternoon session, when there was a knock at my door. "Come in," I called, not looking up from my paperwork. "Ms. Elizabeth, I'm the new student. They told me to come see you before joining the group." Something about the voice made me freeze. I looked up slowly and felt the blood drain from my face. It was him, Johnny. The same emo-style kid from the mall. Same swoopy dark hair, same thin frame, same facial features. He even had a similar band t-shirt on, though this one was newer. I must have been staring because he shifted uncomfortably. Is everything okay?" I forced myself to breathe. "Yes, sorry. You just remind me of someone I met once." My voice sounded strange, even to me. "You said your name is Johnny?" He nodded. "Johnny Mercer. I just transferred from Westlake Academy." I tried to compose myself, but my mind was racing. This was impossible. The boy I'd met 10 years ago would be in his mid-20s by now. This Johnny couldn't be older than 16, but they were identical. Not just similar, identical. "Nice to meet you, Johnny," I managed to say. "Please, have a seat." As we talked through the introductory stuff, I kept searching his face for any sign of recognition, any hint that he remembered our strange encounter. But there was nothing. To him, this was clearly our first meeting. The impossible math kept spinning in my head. If this Johnny was 16 now, then 10 years ago, he would have been 6. But the Johnny I met at the mall was definitely a teenager, not a little kid. There was no way this was the same person. But every mannerism, every expression was exactly the same. Over the next few weeks, Johnny and I developed a good rapport. He was struggling with being away from home for the first time, and we had some similar experiences growing up that helped us connect. He's a good kid, thoughtful, a bit shy, passionate about music and art. I've enjoyed working with him, but every conversation is overlaid with this constant sense of unreality. I haven't said anything to him about our previous meeting. What would I even say? "Hey, by any chance did you time travel to a mall 10 years ago and talk to me like we were old friends?" He'd think I was completely insane, but I can't stop thinking about it. Every night I lie awake trying to make sense of what's happening. Did I hallucinate that encounter 10 years ago? Am I misremembering his face? But no, I've always had an exceptional memory for faces, and I'm absolutely certain it's him. I've gone through every rational explanation. Maybe the kid at the mall was Johnny's older brother, but in our discussions about family, Johnny's mentioned only having a younger sister. Maybe they're distant cousins who look remarkably alike. But that doesn't explain why the mall kid knew my name and acted like we were close. Yesterday, something happened that made everything even weirder. Johnny stayed after our group session to talk about a conflict with his roommate. As we were wrapping up, he paused at the door and turned back. "Ms. Elizabeth, this is going to sound strange, but do you ever get the feeling we've met before? Like before I came to this school?" My heart nearly stopped. "Why do you ask that?" He shrugged, looking embarrassed. "I don't know. Sometimes when we're talking, I get this weird déjà vu feeling, like I already know what you're going to say before you say it." He laughed nervously. "That sounds crazy, right?" I forced a smile. "Not crazy. Déjà vu is a common experience." He nodded, still looking uncertain. "Yeah, I guess. Anyway, see you tomorrow." After he left, I sat at my desk for a full hour, unable to move. What is happening? How is this possible? The only explanation I keep coming back to is so outlandish, it makes me question my own sanity. Is it possible that somehow, 10 years ago, a teenage Johnny from the future encountered me at that mall? That somehow there was I don't even know what to call it, a temporal anomaly where our timelines crossed? If that's true, then the Johnny I'm counseling now will someday, perhaps soon, travel back in time and meet the 20-year-old version of me. But from his perspective, we'll have known each other for years by then, which means our relationship is going to develop far beyond the professional counselor-student dynamic we currently have. Or maybe it's even stranger than that. Maybe time isn't linear at all. Maybe our lives are constantly intersecting with versions of people from different points in their timeline, and we just don't usually notice it. I find myself watching Johnny carefully now, looking for any sign that he's about to discover time travel or step through some kind of portal. I'm constantly anxious, waiting for the day he might casually mention seeing me working at that store years ago. What would I even say if he did? The worst part is, I can't talk to anyone about this. My friends would think I'm having some kind of breakdown. My colleagues would question my fitness to counsel students, so I just carry on, smiling through our sessions, acting like everything is normal, while my entire understanding of reality is crumbling. I've started keeping a journal of every interaction with Johnny, documenting every detail, every conversation. I'm not sure what I'm looking for exactly, some clue, some explanation that will make sense of all this. But so far, there's nothing. Sometimes I wonder if I should just ask him directly about the mall. But what if that somehow alters the course of events? What if by acknowledging the temporal loop, I somehow break it? I've watched enough sci-fi to know that messing with time rarely ends well. So for now, I wait, I watch, I wonder, and I try to accept that I may never understand what happened that day in the mall or what's happening now. Maybe some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. All I know is that somehow, impossibly, I met Johnny twice, once as a teenager 10 years ago, and again now when he actually is that teenager. And I have absolutely no idea what happens next. I've been sitting on this experience for a while now, because honestly, I wasn't sure if anyone would believe me. I'm not the type of person who jumps to supernatural explanations for things. But what happened last month in Charleston has been keeping me up at night, and I need to get it off my chest. My husband Alex and I were visiting Charleston for a long weekend. We're both history buffs, and we love exploring old cities with character. Charleston has plenty of that. On our second day there, we were walking downtown after lunch when we stumbled across this antique store called Peterson's Collectibles and Oddities. It wasn't on our itinerary, but the display window caught my eye. It was this chaotic arrangement of vintage cameras, old books, and what looked like theater props. A small bell jingled as we walked in, and the smell hit me immediately. That distinct mix of old books, furniture polish, and dust that all antique stores seem to have. But this place was different from other antique stores I'd been to. It was absolutely packed, floor to ceiling, with items, not just the usual vintage furniture and china sets, but random things like old typewriters stacked on top of each other, mannequins wearing clothes from different decades, and even some medical equipment that looked like it belonged in a museum. The place was way bigger than it appeared from outside, extending back into what must have been several combined storefronts. An older man who introduced himself as Mr. Peterson greeted us and explained that the store had been in his family for generations. They had a unique business model. They bought entire estates sight unseen and just brought everything back to the store to sort through and sell. This explained the bizarre assortment of items crammed into every corner. "Feel free to look around," he said. "We have maps and blueprints down in the basement if you're interested in historical Charleston." Since we were indeed interested in historical maps, we made our way to the back of the store, where a narrow staircase led down to the basement. I remember hesitating at the top of the stairs. Something about the way the light barely reached the bottom made me uneasy. But Alex was already heading down, so I followed. The basement was unsettling. The ceiling was so low that Alex, who's 6'1", had to stoop slightly. The lighting came from a few bare bulbs hanging from exposed wires, creating these harsh shadows that made the place feel even more cramped. The air was noticeably colder and damper than upstairs, with that underground smell that reminds me of wet concrete and mildew. But the worst part was what lined the back wall, a collection of vintage Easter Bunny costumes. Not the cute modern ones, but those old-school ones with the blank staring eyes and permanent grins that looked like something straight out of a horror movie. There were maybe 6 or 7 of them, propped up and illuminated by one of the bare bulbs in a way that made them look like they were watching us. Their glass eyes reflected the light, giving the illusion they were following our movements. "Those are creepy as hell," I whispered to Alex, who just nodded and pulled me toward the map section. The basement was organized in the loosest possible sense of the word. It was divided into rough sections by metal shelving units packed with miscellaneous items. We found the map drawers tucked against one wall and started browsing through them. There were some fascinating old city plans and nautical charts of the harbor, dating back to the 1800s. Alex was particularly interested in a Civil War-era map showing the fortifications around the city. We must have spent about 30 minutes down there, moving between the map drawers and some bookshelves that held local history books. The entire time, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone else was down there with us, though I knew it was probably just my imagination being triggered by those damn bunny costumes. Still, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see one of them moved from its position. Eventually, we decided to head back upstairs to look at some of the furniture pieces we'd noticed on our way in. The main floor felt bright and welcoming after the basement, and I found myself relaxing as we browsed through the cluttered aisles. There was this beautiful writing desk I wanted to photograph to show my mom, who collects antique furniture. I reached into my pocket for my phone, but it wasn't there. I checked my other pocket, then my purse, growing increasingly frantic as I realized it wasn't on me. "Alex, I can't find my phone," I said, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. I distinctly remembered having it when we entered the store because I'd used it to take a picture of the storefront. "You probably set it down while looking at the maps," Alex suggested. "Let's go back down and check." I really didn't want to go back to that basement, but I needed my phone. So back down the narrow staircase we went, the wooden steps creaking beneath our weight. The basement seemed even darker now, the shadows deeper somehow. We went straight to the map section and looked everywhere, on top of the drawers, between the maps, on the nearby bookshelves. Nothing. Alex suggested he call my phone, but I remembered with a sinking feeling that I'd put it on vibrate during lunch and never switched it back. "Let's try anyway," he said, pulling out his phone. "Maybe we'll hear the vibration." He called my number, but as expected, we couldn't hear anything in the cluttered space. Any vibration would have been muffled by the surrounding papers, fabrics, and who knows what else packed into the basement. "We need to expand the search," I said, trying to think logically. "Let's retrace our steps exactly." We methodically went through every area we had visited in the basement, carefully moving items and looking under things. The whole time, I felt like those Easter bunny masks were watching us, their fixed grins seeming to widen in the shifting shadows. I tried to keep my back to them as much as possible. As we searched, I noticed details about the basement I hadn't picked up on before. There was an entire shelf of rotary telephones arranged by color. Another section held old milk jugs and butter churns. One corner was dedicated to obsolete technologies, 8-track players, massive early cell phones, and computers that looked like they belonged in a 1980s office. After about 15 minutes of searching with no luck, I was starting to consider the possibility that I dropped it upstairs, or worse, somewhere on the street. That's when Alex suggested we split up to cover more ground. "I'll check the areas near the stairs," he said. "You keep looking back here." Reluctantly, I agreed. As Alex moved away, the basement seemed to grow quieter, the silence broken only by the occasional creak of the old building settling and the distant sound of traffic outside. I continued searching, moving deeper into areas of the basement we hadn't explored before. I found myself in a section we hadn't previously visited, where the shelves were packed with old children's toys, porcelain dolls with chipped faces, wooden rocking horses with worn paint, and board games with faded boxes. The shelves here were stacked almost to the ceiling, making the already low space feel even more constricted. That's when I saw it, my phone. It was sitting on a high shelf all the way at the back of the room, partially hidden behind a dollhouse. The shelf was so high that I couldn't see the top clearly, but I could just make out the edge of my purple phone case. It was in an area I definitely hadn't been to before, and on a shelf that was nearly at ceiling height. I'm 5'4", and I would have needed a ladder to reach up there. I stood frozen, staring up at my phone. There was absolutely no way I could have placed it there, even by accident. The shelf was at least 2 feet above my maximum reach, and Alex and I had been together the entire time we were in the basement. He couldn't have put it there either, and even if he could have reached that high, why would he? "Alex," I called out, my voice sounding strangely muffled in the cluttered space. "I found it." He appeared a moment later, weaving through the narrow paths between shelves. "Where was it?" I pointed up. "There, on that shelf." Alex looked confused. "How did it get up there? That's like 7 feet off the ground." "I have no idea," I said, my skin breaking out in goosebumps. "Can you reach it?" Alex stretched up on his tiptoes and just managed to grab the edge of my phone, pulling it down. He handed it to me, and I quickly checked to make sure it was still working. It was fine, full battery, no missed calls except for Alex's. "Did you come to this section before?" Alex asked, looking around at the toys and dolls surrounding us. I shook my head. "No, we were never in this part of the basement." We stood there in silence for a moment, both trying to come up with a logical explanation. Maybe another customer had found it and put it there. But we hadn't seen anyone else in the basement, and why would someone place a found phone in such an inaccessible spot instead of turning it in to the store owner? "Let's get out of here," I finally said, clutching my phone tightly. As we turned to leave, I couldn't help but glance back at the Easter Bunny costumes. In the dim light, I could have sworn one of them had shifted position slightly, its head now turned more directly toward us. But that was impossible, right? We hurried up the stairs, the wooden steps creaking loudly under our rushed footsteps. When we emerged into the main floor, the bright afternoon light streaming through the front windows felt like a relief. Mr. Peterson was helping another customer near the register and gave us a friendly nod as we made our way to the door. I wanted to ask him if anyone else had been in the basement while we were there, but something stopped me. I just wanted to get out of that store as quickly as possible. Outside on the sidewalk, I took a deep breath of fresh air, trying to calm my racing heart. "That was weird, right?" I asked Alex, needing confirmation that I wasn't overreacting. "Definitely weird," he agreed, looking troubled. "There's no way your phone should have been up there." For the rest of our trip, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe the phone had been picked up by an employee doing inventory, who then got called away and set it on that high shelf temporarily. Maybe there was some kind of draft or vibration in the old building that had somehow moved it. Maybe I was just losing my mind. But none of these explanations felt right. The fact remains that my phone somehow moved from my pocket to an inaccessible shelf in a part of the basement I never visited. And ever since that day, I can't shake the feeling that something in that store, something connected to all those accumulated objects and memories, wanted to keep a piece of modern technology. Or maybe it wanted to keep me searching through that basement longer for some purpose I don't understand. I've looked up Peterson's Collectibles online since returning home, curious about its history. The store has been in the same location since the 1940s, and there are a few reviews mentioning strange experiences and items moving, though most are vague. One review specifically mentioned feeling watched in the basement. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that there had to be a logical explanation. But last night I woke up at 3:17 a.m. to find my phone vibrating on my nightstand. There was a new photo in my gallery, a dark, grainy image that looked like it was taken in poor lighting. When I zoomed in, I could just make out what looked like the blank eyes of one of those Easter Bunny costumes, staring directly at the camera. The photo's timestamp was from the day we visited the store, during the exact time period my phone was missing. I deleted the photo immediately and turned my phone off for the rest of the night. I haven't told Alex about it yet. I'm not sure what to tell him. I'm not sure what to think myself. All I know is that I'm never going back to Peterson's Collectibles again. And if you ever find yourself in downtown Charleston, I'd recommend staying away from that basement. Some things just can't be explained, and I think I encountered one of them that day. I can't stop thinking about this. It's been almost 3 weeks since the second encounter, and I still check over my shoulder constantly. My wife says I need to stop obsessing, but how do you stop thinking about something that defies all logic? I've never believed in the supernatural or any of that stuff, but I seriously don't know how to explain what's happened to me. It all started about 4 months ago. My wife's best friend from college was getting married in New Orleans. I wasn't thrilled about the trip, not because I don't like her friend, but because these wedding events always drag on forever. And I barely knew anyone in the wedding party except my wife and the bride. Plus, I'm not great with large groups. I tend to get overwhelmed and need breaks to recharge. Anyway, we flew into New Orleans on a Thursday afternoon. The wedding was on Saturday, but there was this big rehearsal dinner planned for Friday night at some upscale Mexican restaurant in the Garden District. Really nice place. One of those spots where they make guacamole at your table and the margaritas cost like $15. The dinner itself was fine. I was seated between my wife and some cousin of the groom who kept talking about his CrossFit gym. So I was basically just nodding and pretending to be interested while wondering how soon we could leave. After about an hour and a half of this, I really needed a break from the noise and forced conversation. I excused myself and headed to the restroom, which was at the back of the restaurant, past this little bar area. I remember feeling relieved just to have a moment to myself. The bathroom was one of those really nice ones, with actual cloth hand towels and fancy soap. I was washing my hands when the door opened, and this guy walked in. I noticed him immediately because he stuck out so much. He was a heavy-set white guy, probably in his 50s, wearing what I can only describe as a flamboyant cowboy outfit. I'm talking a white Stetson hat, a Western shirt with those pearl snap buttons, a bolo tie, and honest-to-God cowboy boots. In a Mexican restaurant in New Orleans, it was bizarre. He smiled at me right away, which was a little weird since most guys don't make eye contact in bathrooms, but he seemed friendly enough. "Evening," he said, nodding at me. "Hey," I replied, trying to be polite, but not really looking to start a conversation. "Beautiful night in the Big Easy, isn't it?" he asked, washing his hands at the sink next to mine. "Yeah, it's nice," I said. I remember thinking he must be a tourist or something. He had this slight accent I couldn't place, not quite Southern, but something close to it. Then he glanced at my T-shirt. I was wearing a vintage Spider-Man shirt my wife had gotten me for my birthday. Nothing fancy, just the classic logo. "Spider-Man fan, huh? I've always been more of a Superman guy myself," he said, drying his hands. "Got the whole Christopher Reeve collection at home. Nobody played Superman better, if you ask me." That caught my attention because Christopher Reeve has always been my favorite Superman too. I even had a poster of him in my room as a kid. "Yeah, Reeve was the best," I agreed, actually making eye contact with him now. "The newer movies just don't capture that same feeling." "Exactly," he said, seeming genuinely pleased by my response. "They're all special effects and brooding nowadays. No heart." It was a brief conversation, but somewhat nice. Just a random chat with a stranger who shared an opinion on something trivial. I remember thinking it was odd for a guy his age to be into superheroes, but whatever. I finished drying my hands and headed for the door with him right behind me. And that's when it happened. As I was walking back toward the dining area, I heard him call out behind me, "Take care of yourself, Marcus." I froze. I hadn't told him my name. I'm positive of that. We'd only talked about Superman for maybe 30 seconds. I turned around immediately, confused and a little alarmed, but he was gone. Just gone. The thing is, the layout of that part of the restaurant made no sense for how quickly he'd disappeared. There was just the hallway leading back to the main dining room, a service door that I'm pretty sure was locked, and the bathroom we'd just left. He couldn't have gone back into the bathroom that fast, and I would have seen him if he'd continued down the hallway. It was like he just vanished. I stood there for a few seconds, feeling really weirded out. Eventually, I convinced myself I must have misheard him, or maybe he was talking to someone else named Marcus, but there was nobody else around. I went back to the dinner and didn't mention it to my wife. It seemed too strange, and I figured I'd just sound paranoid. The rest of the trip went fine, and after a few days, I mostly forgot about the incident. It was just one of those weird moments that you eventually file away as unexplainable. Until 3 months later. My wife and I had just moved to South Carolina for her job. We were still getting settled, exploring the area on weekends. One Saturday, we decided to drive to this small historic town about 3 hours from where my parents live. It was a nice little place with antique shops and cafes, the kind of town that's popular with tourists, but still feels somewhat authentic. We had lunch at this pub-style place on the main street. The food was good, nothing special, but they had local beers on tap, which was nice. After we finished eating, I needed to use the restroom before the drive home. The bathrooms were in the back of the restaurant, down a narrow hallway. As I rounded the corner to the hallway, I nearly collided with someone coming from the other direction. I stepped back, about to apologize, when I realized who it was. It was him, the cowboy from New Orleans. There's no way I could have mistaken him for someone else. He had the same heavy build, same face, same presence. But he wasn't dressed like a cowboy anymore. This time he had on jeans and a plain button-down shirt. Casual, normal clothes, but it was definitely him. I literally felt my stomach drop, like that feeling when you miss a step going downstairs. Because this was impossible. New Orleans is over 500 miles from where we were in South Carolina, and we had only decided to visit this town the night before. There's no way he could have known we'd be there. The weirdest part was his smile. In New Orleans, he'd seemed genuinely friendly. This time, he smiled at me in a way that didn't reach his eyes. It was cold, knowing somehow. His eyes locked with mine for a second too long. I managed to mumble, "Excuse me," and continued to the bathroom. My hands were actually shaking as I pushed the door open. The bathroom had 2 stalls and a urinal. One stall was slightly open and empty. The other was closed, and that's when another disturbing thought hit me. If he was coming from the direction of the bathroom when we almost collided, why had he been standing directly in front of my stall? The other one was available. It made no sense unless he'd been waiting for me specifically. I did my business as quickly as possible, barely able to focus because my mind was racing. How was this possible? Was I being followed? But how could anyone track me across states when even I hadn't known where I'd be that day? When I got back to our table, my wife immediately noticed something was wrong. I'm not great at hiding my emotions. "What happened? You look like you've seen a ghost," she said. I told her everything, about the man in New Orleans, how he'd known my name, and now seeing him here in this random town in South Carolina. As I explained, I kept my eyes fixed on the hallway leading to the bathrooms, waiting for him to come out. But he never did. After about 10 minutes, I couldn't stand it anymore. I told my wife I'd be right back and returned to the bathroom. I pushed the door open cautiously, half expecting to find him waiting inside, but the bathroom was completely empty. Both stalls were open, no one was there. I checked with the hostess on my way back, asking if she'd seen a heavy-set man in a button-down shirt leave. She hadn't. The rest of that day was a blur. My wife tried to calm me down, suggesting maybe the guy just looked similar to the one in New Orleans, or maybe he'd left through another exit. But I know what I saw, and more importantly, I know what I felt, that cold recognition in his eyes, like he was pleased that I remembered him. We drove home mostly in silence. My wife fell asleep in the passenger seat, but I couldn't relax. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see him somehow following us. Every car that stayed behind us too long made my heart race. It's been almost 3 weeks now, and I haven't seen him again, but I can't shake this feeling that I will. I've gone over every possible explanation in my mind. Could he be someone from my past that I've forgotten? A distant relative? Someone who knew me as a child? But none of that explains how he could be in New Orleans one day and South Carolina the next, appearing exactly when and where I happen to be. I've even searched online for similar experiences, but nothing quite matches what's happened to me. The closest things I can find are stories about doppelgangers or guardian angels, or even more sinister entities that some cultures believe can follow people, but I've never been superstitious, and even now I'm trying to find a logical explanation. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't just the impossibility of his appearances. It's the change in his demeanor. The first time he seemed friendly, almost paternal. The second time there was something knowing in his expression, like we were playing some game that only he understood the rules to. What really scares me is what happens if I see him a third time. What will be different then? Will he speak to me? Will he finally explain who he is and how he knows me? Or will something worse happen? I find myself scanning crowds everywhere I go now. At work, at the grocery store, at restaurants. I'm especially anxious about using public bathrooms. Sometimes I ask my wife to wait outside for me, which I know makes her think I'm being paranoid. Maybe I am. Maybe there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of this. Maybe the guy in South Carolina really was just someone who looked similar to the man in New Orleans. Maybe I misheard my name that first time. But deep down, I know better. I know what I saw. And I know that somehow, impossibly, this stranger knows me. He knows where I'll be. He knows my name. And for whatever reason, he wants me to know that he knows. I have no idea what happens next, but I can't shake the feeling that this isn't over. That whatever this is, it's just beginning, and that terrifies me more than anything. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this? Someone who seems to appear in places they couldn't possibly know you'd be? Someone who knows things about you they shouldn't know? I feel like I'm losing my mind here, and any insight would be appreciated. I still get goosebumps thinking about this, so bear with me if I ramble a bit. I've been sitting on this experience for months now, turning it over in my head, trying to make sense of it. I've finally decided to write it all down, hoping someone out there might have experienced something similar or can offer some kind of explanation. Last year, I moved to Glasgow after finishing my degree at Edinburgh Uni. I was so proud of myself for landing a decent job in marketing and finding a small but cozy one-bedroom flat in a decent neighborhood. It wasn't fancy, but it was mine, and after years of sharing spaces with roommates who never washed their dishes, it felt like heaven. About 3 months after I moved in, my mom's birthday was coming up. For background, my mom and I were incredibly close. She was my rock, my biggest supporter through uni, and I wanted to get her something special. For years, she'd been collecting charms for this Pandora bracelet my dad got her on their 20th anniversary. It became her thing. She never took it off, and she'd get so excited showing people her newest charm and explaining the story behind each one. So, I decided to get her a new charm. It was a Saturday morning in September, and I'd just finished my coffee when I decided to head out and look for a gift. I remember it was one of those rare, perfect autumn days, crisp but sunny, where the air feels clean and everything looks sharper somehow. I'd been exploring my new neighborhood bit by bit on weekends, so I decided to walk down some streets I hadn't fully checked out yet. About 15 minutes from my flat, I turned onto Westfield Lane, off Byers Road. And that's when I spotted this little jewelry shop tucked between two residential buildings. The sign was simple wooden board with Morgan's Fine Jewelry painted in gold lettering. What caught my eye was the window display. It wasn't flashy like the chain stores. Instead, it had this old-world feel with velvet display stands and a few carefully selected pieces. Something about it felt inviting. I went inside, and a little bell jingled above the door. The shop was small but immaculate. Glass cases lined the walls, and the lighting was soft and warm, making everything sparkle just right. The air smelled faintly of polish and something floral, lavender maybe. An older woman came out from the back room. She must have been in her 70s, with silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, and these kind eyes that crinkled when she smiled. She was wearing this deep purple blouse with a cameo brooch, and she had this way about her that felt both professional and grandmotherly at the same time. "Can I help you find something, dear?" she asked, and I explained about my mom's bracelet and how I wanted a special charm for her birthday. She nodded thoughtfully and said, "Let me show you what might work." She pulled out a tray of Pandora-compatible charms and began pointing out different options. Her hands were so graceful, slender with noticeable veins and a few age spots, but they moved with such precision. After showing me several options, she reached beneath the counter and brought out another small tray. "I keep the special ones down here," she said with a slight wink. And there it was, this perfect little best mom charm with tiny diamonds set around the words. It caught the light exactly right, and I immediately knew it was perfect. While she was wrapping it up in this little blue box with a silver ribbon, we chatted. I mentioned I was new to the area, and she told me she'd had the shop for more years than she cared to count. She asked about my mom, and I remember telling her how my mom had supported me through some rough patches in uni, and how she always sent me care packages with homemade cookies, even when money was tight. The woman smiled and said something I remember clearly. "The love between a mother and daughter creates its own kind of magic in this world." At the time, I just thought it was a sweet sentiment. I paid with my card. I distinctly remember this because I had to enter my PIN twice since the machine didn't register it the first time. She gave me a handwritten receipt on cream-colored paper with the shop's name at the top in the same gold lettering as the sign outside. I tucked it in my wallet. Before leaving, I took a quick picture of the storefront with my phone to show my mom where I got her gift. I actually sent her a text saying, "Found the cutest little jewelry shop near my new place. Birthday surprise coming your way. X," along with the photo. She replied with a row of heart emojis. My mom absolutely loved the charm when I gave it to her at her birthday dinner the following weekend. She immediately added it to her bracelet and kept lifting her wrist to admire it throughout the evening. "This one's special," she kept saying. Then in January, just 4 months later, my mom died. It was sudden, a brain aneurysm. 1 minute she was fine, making plans for the weekend, and the next she was gone. The world just stopped making sense. I won't go into the grief because I still can't write about that without breaking down. But in the aftermath, when my dad and sister asked if there was anything of Mom's I wanted, I only asked for her bracelet. They gave it to me at the funeral, and I've worn it every day since. About a month after the funeral, I noticed one of the charms, not the one I'd bought, but an older one, had come loose. The little connecting ring had bent open. I immediately thought of the jewelry shop and decided to see if the woman there could fix it. It felt important to keep the bracelet perfect, just like Mom had. It was a Tuesday afternoon in late February. I remember because I'd taken the day off work. I was still having moments where grief would hit me like a truck, and that morning had been rough. Around 2 p.m., I decided the walk would do me good, so I headed to Westfield Lane. When I got to where the shop should have been, I stopped, confused. There was no jewelry store, just two adjoining townhouses with a small gap between them for a gate leading to the back gardens. I checked my phone to make sure I was on the right street, even pulled up the map. I was definitely in the right spot. I stood there for several minutes thinking maybe I'd misremembered the location. So I walked up and down the entire street, checking every storefront. Nothing even resembling a jewelry shop. I even walked around to the parallel streets, thinking I might have mixed up the location. Still nothing. Starting to feel disoriented, I pulled up the photo I'd taken of the shop. It showed exactly where I was standing, but instead of the townhouses, there was Morgan's Fine Jewelry with its wooden sign and display window. The timestamp confirmed it was from September. I decided to ask around. There was a newsagent's at the corner of the street, so I went in and showed the guy behind the counter my photo, asking if he knew what happened to the jewelry shop. He looked at me strangely and said, "What jewelry shop? Those have been residential buildings for as long as I've been here, and that's going on 12 years now." I thought maybe the shop had been there briefly and closed. "It was there in September," I insisted, showing him the photo again. He adjusted his glasses and looked more closely. "That's odd. That's definitely Westfield Lane, but I've never seen that shop. Are you sure about the location?" Next, I went to the cafe across the street. The barista, a woman in her 30s, had the same reaction. She'd worked there for 5 years and had never seen a jewelry shop on that street. By this point, I was seriously freaked out. I went home and searched online for Morgan's Fine Jewelry Glasgow. Nothing. I checked Google Maps Street View. The images from the previous year showed the same townhouses, no shop. I even called my landlady, Mrs. Campbell, who's lived in the neighborhood for over 20 years. "A jewelry shop on Westfield? No, love. That's always been residential. The zoning wouldn't even allow for commercial property there." When I described the older woman who ran the shop, she had no idea who I was talking about. "Doesn't ring any bells, and I know most of the older residents around here." I couldn't sleep that night. I kept staring at the photo on my phone, then looking at the best mom charm on my mother's bracelet. The charm was real. I could touch it, hold it. The receipt was real too. I found it in my wallet, though the ink had faded quite a bit in just a few months, making parts of it hard to read. The next day, I called my dad and casually asked if Mom had ever mentioned where I got her birthday charm. "She loved that one," he said. "Said you found it at some special little shop near your new place. Why?" I couldn't bring myself to explain what was happening, so I just said I was thinking of getting another charm in her memory. He thought that was a lovely idea. Over the next few weeks, I became slightly obsessed. I went back to Westfield Lane at different times of day, thinking maybe the shop only appeared at certain hours. Nothing. I asked more local businesses and even some residents of the townhouses themselves. One elderly man who answered the door looked at me with concern when I showed him the photo. "I've lived here since 1989, young lady. It's always been a residence, never any jewelry shop. I searched city records and business registrations. No Morgan's Fine Jewelry had ever been registered in Glasgow. I checked historical photos of the street, always residential buildings where the shop had been. I even tried finding the charge on my bank statement, thinking it would prove the shop had existed. But while I found the withdrawal from that day, it showed up as a generic POS transaction with no store name attached. The only concrete evidence I have is the charm itself, the faded receipt, and the photo on my phone. And my memory, which I've started to doubt. What keeps me up at night is the shopkeeper's words about the love between a mother and daughter creating its own kind of magic. Was this some kind of I don't even know what to call it. A manifestation? A temporary reality that existed just long enough for me to find the perfect gift for my mom before she died? Sometimes I wonder if grief is making me lose my mind. But then I look at the charm, and I know what I experienced was real. The strangest part is that I'm oddly comforted by the impossible nature of it all. If a shop can exist and then not exist, if reality can bend in that way, then maybe the boundaries between life and death aren't as solid as we think. Maybe my mom is still out there somewhere, just in a place I can't access right now, like that shop. I've never told anyone this whole story until now. What would I even say? Hey, I bought a charm from a shop that apparently never existed, but I needed to put it into words to see if anyone else has experienced something similar. Whatever happened that day in September, I'm left with the charm, the memories of my mom wearing it, and this lingering feeling that I briefly stepped into some other version of reality, one that appeared exactly when I needed it and disappeared when its purpose was fulfilled. I still walk down Westfield Lane sometimes, holding the bracelet tight in my hand, wondering if the shop will ever appear again. So far, it hasn't. Just the same townhouses, the same gate between them, and this gnawing question I'll probably never be able to answer. I've always considered myself a rational person. I'm 37, work in IT, and have always been the guy friends come to when they need logical solutions to problems. My girlfriend Rebecca is the same way. She's a high school math teacher with an organized mind and an almost supernatural ability to find things that others lose. So what's been happening in our house for the past 3 months has shaken our understanding of reality in ways I still can't process. I've been hesitant to write this down because it sounds so unbelievable, but I need to share it somewhere. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. Maybe there's an explanation I haven't thought of yet. It started with small things. A pen that wasn't where I left it. Rebecca's hairbrush that disappeared from the bathroom counter only to show up in her gym bag that she hadn't used in weeks. We dismissed these as normal forgetfulness. Everyone misplaces things occasionally. But then came the deodorant incident, and that's when I knew something wasn't right. 3 months ago, I woke up and went through my normal morning routine. I keep my deodorant on my desk in our bedroom, always in the same spot, right next to my watch and wallet. It's a habit I've had for years. That morning, it wasn't there. At first, I thought Rebecca might have moved it. She was already downstairs making coffee, so I checked the bathroom, thinking she might have put it there while cleaning. Nothing. I went downstairs and asked her about it. "No, I haven't touched your stuff," she said, looking up from her coffee. "Did you check the floor? Maybe it fell." I went back upstairs and looked everywhere. Under the desk, behind it, in the drawers, even under the bed. Nothing. Rebecca came up to help me search, and she was just as thorough as I was. She even checked places I hadn't thought of, the windowsill, the closet, even the trash can in case I'd accidentally knocked it in. "This is weird," she said, after we'd both spent a good 20 minutes searching. "I have no idea where it could be." Coming from Rebecca, this was significant. She's the person who once found her sister's wedding ring inside the lining of a coat pocket after everyone else had given up. If Rebecca couldn't find something, it was truly gone. I ended up buying a new deodorant that day. I tried to shake off the strange feeling, telling myself I must have absent-mindedly put it somewhere else and would eventually find it. 5 days later, I was looking for a USB drive in my desk drawer, the top one where I keep small electronics and cables. When I pulled it open, there was my deodorant, sitting right at the front of the drawer. It wasn't tucked away in the back or hidden under other items. It was right there, impossible to miss, exactly where both Rebecca and I had checked multiple times. I called Rebecca into the room immediately. "Did you find my deodorant and put it here?" I asked, already knowing the answer. Her face drained of color. "No. We both checked that drawer, Nathan, multiple times." We stood there staring at the deodorant like it was some kind of alien artifact. There was absolutely no way either of us had missed it during our search. The drawer isn't deep or cluttered. I keep it organized specifically so I can find things easily. "Maybe one of the kids put it there," Rebecca suggested. But we both knew that didn't make sense. Our children are 4 and 6. They couldn't have reached my desk without dragging over a chair, which we would have noticed. And even if they had somehow taken it, why would they carefully place it in my drawer days later? That was just the beginning. Over the next few weeks, more items disappeared and reappeared in increasingly impossible ways. Rebecca's favorite coffee mug vanished from the dish rack and showed up 3 days later inside a pot we rarely use, tucked away in a cabinet she can barely reach without a step stool. My work ID badge disappeared from my laptop bag and reappeared a week later inside the pocket of a winter coat hanging in our basement storage, a coat I hadn't worn in months. Our daughter's favorite stuffed rabbit went missing, causing a full night of tears, only to appear the next morning sitting upright on the kitchen table, as if it had walked there itself. Each time we searched thoroughly. Each time we found nothing. Each time the items returned in places we had already checked, or in locations that made no logical sense. The most unsettling incident happened about 6 weeks ago with Rebecca's car key. She always puts her keys in a small dish on our kitchen table when she gets home. One evening in July, she came home from grocery shopping, put her keys in the dish, and we spent the evening making dinner and helping the kids with a puzzle. When it was time to put the kids to bed, Rebecca went to move her car into the garage. We have a small driveway and have to play car Tetris every night, but her keys weren't in the dish. We searched everywhere, the table, the counters, the floor, our pockets, even the refrigerator in case she had absent-mindedly put them there while unpacking groceries. Our youngest, Emma, is known for taking shiny things to play with, so we thoroughly searched her room and toy boxes. Nothing. We even checked the car itself, thinking Rebecca might have left the keys in the ignition, but it was locked with no keys inside. This was more than inconvenient. It was our only key with remote capability. The spare was just a basic key for emergencies. We tore the house apart for 3 days before Rebecca finally called a locksmith to get a new programmed key made, which cost us $320. For a month and a half, we adjusted to sharing the new key and the basic spare. We were both extra careful with the new one, almost paranoid about setting it down anywhere. Then last Tuesday, something happened that I still can't explain. Rebecca was standing in our front yard, talking to our neighbor Diane about an upcoming neighborhood block party. I was inside making lunch for the kids. Suddenly, Rebecca burst through the front door, her face pale. "Nathan, something just happened," she said, her voice shaking. She held up her missing car key. I stared at it, speechless. "I was talking to Diane, and my car just beeped, like when you press the unlock button on the key fob," she explained. We both turned to look at it, and then this mailman I've never seen before walks up to me and says, "Excuse me, ma'am, is this your key? I found it lying on Cypress Street." Cypress Street is 1 block over from us. Rebecca drives on it to get to work, but she never walks there. There's absolutely no explanation for how her key could have ended up on that street. "Did you ask the mailman exactly where he found it?" I asked. "Of course I did. He said it was just lying in the middle of the sidewalk, like someone had placed it there deliberately. Nathan, it wasn't there yesterday. Diane walks her dog on that street every morning, and she said she definitely would have noticed a car key just sitting there." The timing was what disturbed me most. The key suddenly appears on a nearby street at the exact moment Rebecca is outside, and her car mysteriously beeps as if signaling to her. The statistical probability of that happening by chance is virtually zero. These aren't the only incidents. In the past week alone, my glasses disappeared from my nightstand and reappeared 2 days later inside the piano bench. We don't even play the piano. It came with the house, and we keep it for when Rebecca's mother visits. The TV remote vanished during a movie night. We had to use the buttons on the TV itself to finish the film, and showed up the next morning inside the washing machine, thankfully before we ran a load. A package of ground beef disappeared from our refrigerator after I had specifically bought it for dinner. We ordered pizza instead, and the next morning the beef was back in the fridge, still sealed and cold as if it had never left. I've gone through every rational explanation I can think of. Memory issues? Both Rebecca and I experiencing the exact same lapses seems unlikely. A prankster? Our home security system shows no unexpected entries, and many of the disappearances happen when we're all at home together. The kids? They're too young to execute such elaborate schemes, and they're just as confused and frightened by these events as we are. I've even set up cameras in our main living areas, not telling Rebecca at first because I was worried she might think I was losing my mind. But the footage has shown nothing. Items still disappear from places clearly visible in the frame, with no indication of how or when they were moved. Rebecca and I have started keeping a detailed log of every incident. What disappeared, when we last saw it, where we searched, and where and when it reappeared. We're trying to find patterns, some logic to the madness. So far, we've noted: 1. Items typically reappear within a week, though Rebecca's key was a notable exception. 2. They almost always return in places we've already thoroughly searched. 3. The disappearances seem to cluster. We'll have 3 to 4 items vanish in a single day, then nothing for a few days. 4. Electronic items seem to disappear more frequently than non-electronic ones. Last night, Rebecca and I stayed up late talking about what might be happening. She suggested that maybe our house sits on some kind of spatial anomaly, a place where the fabric of reality is somehow thinner. I mentioned that maybe we're experiencing glitches in what some people call the simulation, the theory that our reality is actually a complex computer program, and sometimes it breaks down. Or maybe there's someone or something in this house with us, Rebecca whispered, voicing the fear I know we've both had but been afraid to say out loud. Something that moves things around, either messing with us or trying to communicate. We sat in silence after that, both of us listening to the normal creaks and settling sounds of our house with new suspicion. This morning, I woke up and found all of my socks, every single pair I own, neatly arranged in a perfect circle on the living room floor. I had put them in my dresser drawer last night after doing laundry. Rebecca was already at school, and the kids were still asleep. I stood there looking at this perfect circle of socks, and for the first time I felt truly afraid. Not just confused or unsettled, but genuinely scared. Because this wasn't just an item disappearing and reappearing. This was deliberate. This was a message. I took a picture, then quickly gathered the socks before the kids woke up. I haven't told Rebecca yet. I'm not sure what to tell her. I'm not sure what to do next. All I know is that as I sit here typing this, I can hear something moving in the kitchen. I'm alone in the house. Rebecca's at work. The kids are at school. Our pet cat died last year, and we haven't gotten another one. There's someone or something in my kitchen right now, and I'm about to go see what it is. I still can't shake what happened 3 nights ago. I've barely slept since then. I keep replaying everything in my mind, trying to make sense of it, but I can't. I know what I saw. I'm not crazy. I wasn't drunk. I wasn't on medication. I was completely clear-headed, and what I saw was real. But according to our security cameras, it couldn't have happened. I need to get this off my chest because it's eating me alive. My husband James and I have lived in our home in Meridian, Idaho for almost 7 years now. It's a spacious 2-story house with a large driveway in a quiet suburb where nothing ever really happens. The kind of neighborhood where everyone waves to each other but mostly keeps to themselves. We've never experienced anything strange or unsettling here until 3 nights ago. It was around 10:30 p.m. on Tuesday night. We were getting ready for bed after watching some TV. James had just let our dog out in the backyard for his final bathroom break of the night while I was turning off lights downstairs. We usually have a cigarette together outside before bed. I know it's a terrible habit, but it's our little ritual. We're both trying to quit, but you know how that goes. I remembered I'd left my cigarettes in my car earlier that day, so I told James I was going to grab them from the car. He mumbled something about needing to get his too, and that he'd meet me outside. I assumed he meant he was going to his truck to get his pack, since that's where he usually keeps them. Our driveway setup is pretty simple. My Subaru is always parked closer to the house, and James parks his Ford F-150 about 20 feet further down the driveway. We've got those motion-activated floodlights that come on whenever someone walks into the driveway, plus a security camera system James installed last year after there were a few break-ins a couple streets over. So I walked out the front door and headed to my car. The motion lights kicked on, illuminating the whole driveway. I opened my car door, leaned in, and grabbed my cigarettes from the center console. As I was straightening up, I glanced toward James's truck and clearly saw him walking toward it. He was wearing his gray hoodie and those ratty old jeans he refuses to throw away. I could see his profile perfectly, the beard, the slight hunch in his shoulders that he gets when he's tired. It was definitely James. I figured since I already had my cigarettes in hand, I'd just grab 2 and save him the trip. So I pulled out 2 cigarettes and put the pack back in my purse. I probably looked down for all of 3 seconds. When I looked back up, James wasn't by his truck anymore. Before I could even process that thought, I felt a presence directly behind me and nearly jumped out of my skin. I spun around, and there was James, right behind me. "Jesus Christ," I gasped, my heart racing. "You scared the crap out of me." James just looked confused. "Sorry, didn't mean to sneak up on you. Can I bum one of those?" He gestured to the cigarettes in my hand. I stared at him, trying to make sense of what just happened. "How did you get here so fast? I just saw you walking to your truck." James gave me that look, the one that says he thinks I'm not making sense. "What are you talking about? I didn't go to my truck." "Yes, you did. I literally just saw you walking toward it 3 seconds ago." He shook his head. "No, I went to check the mail." He held up a handful of envelopes. I remembered I forgot to grab it earlier. Our mailbox is in the completely opposite direction from his truck. There's no way he could have gone to his truck and then somehow teleported to the mailbox and back to me in the span of a few seconds. "Stop messing with me," I said. getting irritated because I was certain of what I'd seen. I saw you walking to your truck. You were wearing exactly what you're wearing now. It was you. James's expression changed from confusion to concern. Mel, I swear I didn't go near my truck. I walked straight to the mailbox and came right over to you. Are you feeling okay? I'm fine, I insisted, though a chill was creeping up my spine. I know what I saw. The way James was looking at me, like he was worried about my mental state, only made me more determined to prove I wasn't imagining things. Let's check the cameras, I said. The security footage will show you walking to your truck. James agreed, though I could tell he was just humoring me. We went inside, and he pulled up the footage on his laptop. The system is set to record whenever the motion lights activate, so it should have captured everything. We sat side by side at the kitchen counter, watching the footage. First, it showed me walking out the front door toward my car. The timestamp matched exactly when I'd gone outside. Then, a few moments later, it showed James exiting the house, turning left, away from the trucks, and walking to the mailbox. The camera angle switched to the one that covers the driveway area. Clear as day, it showed James at the mailbox, grabbing the mail, and then walking directly toward me at my car. Not once did the footage show James, or anyone, approaching his truck. I felt sick to my stomach. This doesn't make sense. I saw you walking to your truck. I saw you. James rewound and replayed the footage several times. Look, Mel, I never went near my truck. See? I went straight from the house to the mailbox, then straight to you. Then who did I see walking to your truck? My voice sounded small and frightened even to my own ears. James put his arm around me. Maybe it was a shadow or something playing tricks on your eyes. The floodlights can cast weird shadows sometimes. But I knew it wasn't a shadow. What I saw had been solid, three-dimensional, moving with purpose. It had been James, or something that looked exactly like James. Let's check if the camera caught anyone else in the driveway, James suggested, scrolling through different camera angles. We checked every possible angle, every second of footage. There was nothing. According to our security system, no one had approached James's truck at all. It was as if what I'd seen simply didn't exist. But I know what I saw. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't a trick of the light, and it definitely wasn't a shadow. It was a person who looked identical to my husband, moved like my husband, and was dressed exactly like my husband. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the incident in my mind, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe the security footage had glitched. Maybe there was a blind spot in the camera coverage. But deep down, I knew the cameras had worked perfectly. They had captured everything exactly as James described it. The next morning, I went out to inspect the area around his truck in daylight. I don't know what I was looking for. Footprints, maybe. Some evidence that someone had been there. I found nothing out of the ordinary. James tried to reassure me. He said sometimes our minds play tricks on us, especially when we're tired. He suggested maybe I'd seen him earlier in the day walking to his truck, and somehow my brain had inserted that memory into the present moment. But I know that's not what happened. I've been obsessively checking our security footage ever since, scanning for anything unusual. Last night, I sat in our living room with the lights off, just staring out the window at the driveway until 3 a.m. James thinks I'm becoming paranoid, but how can I not be? I saw something that shouldn't exist. The most terrifying part isn't just that I saw something impossible. It's that whatever I saw looked exactly like my husband, down to the tiniest detail. His walking gait, the way his hair falls, the specific worn spot on the right knee of his jeans, even the slight slouch of his shoulders. It wasn't just someone who resembled James, it was his perfect double. I've been researching doppelgangers, temporal slips, glitches in reality. Anything that might explain what I experienced. Some theories suggest these occurrences happen when timelines momentarily overlap or when reality briefly glitches like a computer program. Others point to more supernatural explanations, entities that can mimic human appearance or even alternate versions of ourselves from parallel dimensions. Whatever it was, it has fundamentally shaken my sense of reality. If I can't trust my own eyes, what can I trust? And if what I saw was real, if there really was something out there that could perfectly mimic my husband, what did it want? Why was it here? Is it still watching us? James is worried about me. He keeps suggesting I talk to someone professional about what happened. Maybe he's right. Maybe this is all in my head somehow. But every time I close my eyes, I see that figure walking toward the truck, a perfect copy of my husband that, according to our cameras, was never there at all. Last night, I woke up around 2 a.m. and James wasn't in bed. I found him in the kitchen, watching the security camera feeds on his laptop. When I asked what he was doing, he just said, "Making sure everything's normal." I think he's more rattled by this than he's letting on. I've started testing myself, setting up little reality checks throughout the day, making sure I'm really seeing what I think I'm seeing. So far, everything else in my life is perfectly normal. It was just that one incident, those few seconds in our driveway where reality seemed to split apart. The rational part of me wants to believe there's a logical explanation. Maybe there was someone trespassing who happened to look like James from a distance. Maybe there's a blind spot in our camera system that we haven't discovered. Maybe my mind really did play an elaborate trick on me. But then I remember how certain I am of what I saw. The absolute clarity of the figure walking toward the truck. The unmistakable details that only James possesses. The way it moved exactly like him. 3 days have passed, and nothing similar has happened since. But I can't shake the feeling that something is different now. Like a thin veil between realities was momentarily lifted, giving me a glimpse of something I wasn't supposed to see. I'm writing this all down, partly to get it out of my system, and partly because I'm hoping someone else has experienced something similar. I need to know I'm not losing my mind. I need to know if there's an explanation for what I saw. For now, I keep one eye on our driveway at all times. I've started taking pictures of James randomly throughout the day, a weird compulsion to document that there's only one of him. He humors me, though I can tell he thinks I'm overreacting. Maybe I am. Maybe this will fade from my memory over time, becoming just a strange anecdote to tell at parties. Hey, remember that time I thought I saw your doppelganger in our driveway? But in my gut, I know this isn't something I'll ever forget. Something impossible happened that night. I saw my husband in 2 places at once, and no security camera or logical explanation can convince me otherwise. So I sit here, typing this out with shaking hands, jumping at every shadow, wondering if what I saw was just the beginning of something. Was it a one-time glitch in reality? Or was it something more sinister, something that was studying us, learning to mimic us for some unknown purpose? All I know for certain is this. When I look out at our driveway now, especially after dark, I can't help but wonder if there's another James out there somewhere, walking toward his truck in an endless loop that only I can see. I still don't know what to make of what happened that day. It's been over a decade now, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I've tried to rationalize it countless times, but nothing makes sense. I haven't talked about it much. Who would believe me anyway? But I need to get this off my chest. It was November 3rd, 2010. I was 18 and my sister Brenna was 13. The San Francisco Giants had just won the World Series, and our whole city was buzzing with excitement. My dad had been a Giants fan his entire life, so this victory meant everything to him. He insisted our whole family attend the parade downtown, even though I had a college application due that week. But seeing how happy he was, I couldn't say no. We got downtown super early that morning, like 7 a.m. early, because Dad was determined to get us good spots. The parade wasn't scheduled to start until 11, but by 8:30 the streets were already packed. Somehow we managed to secure spots right at the front of the crowd near Market and Montgomery. Dad was practically bouncing with excitement, while Mom kept checking her phone for parade updates. Brenna was being typical Brenna, quiet, a little moody, constantly pushing her hair into her face like a curtain. That day, she was wearing these bright blue skinny jeans that Mom had just bought her, a Giants t-shirt, Dad's insistence, and these thick-framed black glasses she'd gotten the month before. She hated those glasses and was always complaining about them, but I thought they looked cute on her. Around 10:45, I was getting bored of standing in the same spot. My feet hurt, and I was starving because we'd skipped breakfast to get there early. To pass the time, I started people watching across the street. The crowd over there was just as dense as our side, families and friend groups all squeezed together, waiting for the parade. That's when I saw her. At first it was just a glimpse, a flash of bright blue jeans that caught my eye because they were the exact shade Brenna was wearing. I wouldn't have thought anything of it except that the girl wearing them was also wearing a Giants t-shirt. And she looked about Brenna's age. I kept staring, trying to get a better look. The girl was standing with what appeared to be her parents, and she had her back to me. Then she turned to face the street, and I swear my heart actually stopped for a second. The girl was Brenna. Not someone who looked like Brenna, not someone who resembled Brenna. She was Brenna. Same face, same glasses, same everything. The only difference, and I swear this is true, was that her hair was pushed back behind her ears, while my sister's was hanging in her face like always. I grabbed my sister's arm so hard she yelped, "Ow! What's your problem?" she snapped. I couldn't even form words. I just pointed across the street. "Look," I finally managed. "Look at what?" Brenna said, annoyed. "The girl across the street, the one in the blue jeans and Giants shirt. Look at her face." Brenna squinted across the street, trying to see through the crowd. Then she froze. I watched her face drain of color. "Mom," I said, my voice weirdly calm considering how fast my heart was racing. "Mom, Dad, look across the street. That girl there, see her? The one with the glasses?" My parents looked over, confused at first. Then my mom's hand flew to her mouth. "Oh my God," she whispered. "She looks exactly like Brenna." My dad was squinting, leaning forward. That's uncanny," he said slowly. The girl across the street was now staring directly at us, or more specifically, at Brenna. They locked eyes, and neither one moved. It was like watching someone stand in front of a mirror, except the reflection had its hair styled differently. The weird thing was, the other girl's parents had noticed too. I could see them looking back and forth between their daughter and mine, their expressions a mix of confusion and alarm. The woman, the other mom, whispered something to her husband, and he nodded, his eyes wide. For what felt like forever, though it was probably only about a minute, Brenna and her double just stared at each other across the street. I fumbled for my digital camera in my purse, my hands shaking. I managed to zoom in and snap a picture of the girl. When I checked the preview screen, it looked exactly like I'd taken a photo of my sister. "Do you think we should go over there?" my dad asked quietly. Before anyone could answer, the crowd started cheering. The parade was beginning. People started pushing forward, and I lost sight of the girl for a moment. When I looked back, trying to find her again, she and her family were gone. Just gone. The spot where they'd been standing was now filled with different people. "Where did they go?" I asked, standing on my tiptoes, trying to see over the crowd. "I don't know," my mom said, still looking shaken. "They were just there." Brenna hadn't said a word this whole time. She was still staring at the spot where her double had been, her face pale. "You okay?" I asked her. She just shook her head slightly. "That was me," she whispered. "That was actually me." The parade went on, but none of us were really paying attention anymore. Dad tried to keep up his excitement, pointing out players on the floats, but I could tell he was distracted. Mom kept scanning the crowd, like she expected to see the other family again. Brenna stayed silent, practically hiding behind her hair. When we got home that evening, I uploaded all the photos from the parade to Facebook. I created an album called Giants Parade 2010 and included the photo of Brenna's double with the caption, "Brenna's doppelganger, crazy resemblance." That night, Brenna came into my room and sat on my bed. Her eyes were red, like she'd been crying. "Do you think that was me from another dimension or something?" she asked quietly. I tried to laugh it off. "Come on, B. It was just someone who looked a lot like you." "It wasn't just a lot like me," she insisted. "It was me." She had the same scar. "What scar?" Brenna pushed up her glasses and pointed to a tiny, almost invisible scar near her eyebrow from when she fell off her bike when she was 7. "You couldn't have seen that from across the street," I said. "I didn't have to. I just knew." I didn't know what to say to that. We sat in silence for a while before she went back to her room. The whole family kind of avoided talking about it after that day. It was too weird, too inexplicable. But I know my parents looked through the crowd for a while after the parade, hoping to catch another glimpse of the girl and her family. We never saw them. For years, I would occasionally mention Brenna's twin as a joke, but no one ever laughed about it. It always created this uncomfortable silence. About 3 years later, I was hanging out with my college roommate, and we were going through old Facebook photos. I remembered the doppelganger incident and wanted to show her the picture. "You have to see this," I told her. "My sister has an exact double. It's the creepiest thing." I pulled up the Giants Parade album and started scrolling through the photos. The parade shots were all there. Dad with his Giants cap, Mom smiling with the floats in the background, Brenna looking bored. But the photo of the double was gone. I checked again, scrolling through each photo carefully. It wasn't there. I distinctly remembered uploading it. I remembered the caption I'd written, but it was gone, like it had never existed. I went through my computer files, thinking maybe the photo just hadn't uploaded properly to Facebook. But I couldn't find it there either. The photo had completely vanished. When I told Brenna about the missing photo, she got this strange look on her face. "Maybe it wasn't supposed to exist in the first place," she said. "Since then, I've spent countless hours researching doppelgangers, parallel universes, glitches in reality, anything that might explain what we saw that day. I've read stories about people glimpsing their doubles before something terrible happens, but nothing bad followed our experience. I've read about identical strangers, but this wasn't just a resemblance. It was exact, down to the tiny scar above her eyebrow. The fact that the photo disappeared only makes it more unsettling. It's like whatever we witnessed that day wasn't meant to be documented, like reality corrected itself by erasing the evidence. Brenna's 24 now. Sometimes I catch her staring at her reflection a little too long, and I wonder if she's looking for differences between herself and the girl we saw that day. I wonder if she's thinking about the other Brenna, the one with her hair pushed back instead of hanging in her face, and what her life might be like. I wonder if, somewhere across town or in some parallel San Francisco, another family is still puzzling over the girl they saw at the Giants parade, the one who looked exactly like their daughter, but with her hair hanging in her face instead of pushed back behind her ears. I don't have any answers. I probably never will. All I know is what we saw that day was real, and I'll never forget the moment my sister stared into her own eyes across a crowded street. And sometimes, when I'm in crowded places, I find myself scanning faces, looking for doubles. Not just of Brenna, but of anyone, of myself. Because if it happened once, it could happen again. And next time, I'll make sure the photo doesn't disappear. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened last month. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, talked to my parents about it repeatedly, and even considered reaching out to my ex after all these years, though I haven't worked up the courage to do that yet. I've never been one to believe in the paranormal or glitches in reality or whatever, but I honestly don't have any other explanation for what happened. Let me start with some background. About 11 years ago, when I was 19, my girlfriend at the time, Leah, gave me this M&M blanket as a birthday present. It wasn't anything fancy, just a cheap fleece throw with the M&M characters printed all over it. But I loved it. It was soft, the perfect size for couch naps, and it was from her, which made it special. We were together for about 2 years before we broke up. The relationship ended on decent terms. We were just heading in different directions after high school, and long distance wasn't working out. After we split, I kept the blanket. It wasn't like I was pining after her or anything, but it was a good blanket, and I had good memories attached to it. Eventually, it migrated to the back seat of my car, my old Honda Civic. Around that time, I had adopted this mutt named Cooper from the shelter. He was a medium-sized dog, some kind of shepherd mix, and he absolutely loved car rides. That M&M blanket became his spot in the car. Every time we'd go somewhere, he'd curl up on it and either look out the window or take a nap. Cooper and I were inseparable for about 5 years. Then he started getting sick. He stopped eating, seemed lethargic, and I knew something was wrong. I took him to the vet, and after some tests, they told me he had advanced cancer. There wasn't anything they could do except make him comfortable. I was devastated. The vet gave me a few days to say goodbye, and when it was time, I wrapped Cooper in that M&M blanket and drove him to the clinic. I remember that day so clearly. It was raining, which felt appropriate. Cooper was so weak he barely lifted his head, but he seemed comfortable wrapped in that blanket. The vet was incredibly kind and let me stay with him until the end. I held him as he went, still wrapped in that blanket. Afterward, the vet asked if I wanted to keep the blanket. I hesitated, but said yes. It was covered in dog hair and had some drool stains, but I couldn't bear to throw it away. It felt like it was part of Cooper now. I washed it when I got home, and then, not knowing what else to do with it, I put it back in my car. It just felt right to keep it there. Over the years, I've switched cars twice, from the Civic to a Toyota, and now to my current Ford. Each time, I've transferred that blanket to the new car, always in the back seat. It's faded now, and the M&M characters aren't as bright as they used to be. The edges are a bit frayed, and there's this burn mark in one corner from when a friend accidentally dropped a cigarette on it. The tag is barely legible after all the washes, but I've kept it all this time. So, fast forward to last month. I was visiting my parents for the weekend. They still live in the same house I grew up in, about an hour away from where I live now. Nothing unusual about the visit, just catching up, having dinner, the usual stuff. On Sunday morning, as I was getting ready to head back home, my mom came into the kitchen with this folded blanket in her arms. "I found this while cleaning out the attic yesterday," she said. "I think it's yours. Isn't this the blanket your girlfriend gave you way back when? The one with the M&Ms? I felt this weird jolt go through me. I must have looked confused because my mom tilted her head and asked if I was okay. "Yeah, I'm fine," I said. "But that can't be my M&M blanket. It's in my car." She unfolded it, and I felt my stomach drop. It was an M&M blanket, identical to mine. Same pattern, same size. Mom shrugged. "Well, maybe you had two of them? I found it in that box of your old stuff from college." "No," I said firmly. "I only ever had one. Leah gave it to me for my birthday that year, and I've kept it in my car for years. It's still there now." My mom looked skeptical. "Are you sure? Maybe you forgot about this one." "I'm positive," I said. "There's no way I'd forget. That blanket it means a lot to me. Cooper was wrapped in it when—" I couldn't finish the sentence, but my mom understood. She knew how hard Cooper's death had hit me. "Well," she said, "let's go check your car then." We went outside to my car and I opened the back door. Sure enough, there was my M&M blanket, wadded up on the seat where it always was. I pulled it out and held it up next to the one my mom had brought down from the attic. They were identical, same design, same size, same faded colors from years of use. My mom's face went pale. "That's weird." "Yeah," I said, not knowing what else to say. I examined both blankets more closely, looking for differences. They both had the same slight fraying along the edges. They both had the same faded spot where Cooper had always rested his head. They both had the cigarette burn in the corner from my friend's accident. Even the tags were the same, faded and barely readable after countless washes. "Maybe they sold a lot of these?" my mom suggested, but her voice was uncertain. "Maybe," I said, though I knew that wasn't it. This blanket wasn't some mass-produced item from Walmart. Leah had bought it at some small shop that sold novelty items. She'd told me she'd had to go to 3 different places to find something with M&Ms because she knew I loved them. It wasn't a common item even back then. "Did you ever buy an M&M blanket?" I asked my mom. "Or did Dad? Or maybe someone gave us one as a gift?" She shook her head. "No, never. I would remember something like that. And you know your father. He wouldn't buy something like this." We stood there in the driveway, each holding an identical blanket, not knowing what to say. My dad came out, wondering what was taking so long, and we showed him. He was as baffled as we were. He suggested maybe I had bought a second one and forgotten about it, but I knew that wasn't the case. I would have remembered. "Maybe Leah gave you 2, my dad offered. "No," I said. "She gave me one, on my birthday. I remember opening it." "And you're absolutely sure this is the same blanket?" my mom asked, pointing to the one from the attic. "It looks exactly the same," I said. "I don't understand how that's possible." We took both blankets inside and laid them out on the living room floor side by side. We spent probably half an hour comparing them, looking for any differences that might explain this. There were none. Both had the same pattern of M&M characters. Both had the same dimensions. Both showed the same wear patterns. The fading, the fraying, the stains. That cigarette burn was in exactly the same spot on both. "This is freaking me out," I admitted. My mom suggested we call Leah to ask if she had given me 2 blankets, but I didn't want to reach out to her after all these years just to ask about some blankets. It seemed absurd. "I'll take the one from my car," I said. "I know that's the original. You can keep this one or throw it away or whatever." My mom nodded, though she looked uneasy. As I was folding up my blanket, something caught my eye. There was a small dark stain near one edge that I recognized. It was from Cooper's last day when he had been so sick. Some of his drool had left a mark that never quite washed out. I checked the other blanket, and there it was. The exact same stain in the exact same place. That's when I really started to freak out. That stain was from a specific moment, a moment I remembered so clearly, so painfully. How could it be on both blankets? It wasn't just the same design or the same general wear and tear. It was the exact same history marked on both blankets. "Did you ever bring Cooper here wrapped in this blanket?" my mom asked. "Maybe after the vet?" I shook my head. "No. I took him straight from the vet to my apartment. I never brought him here afterward." I didn't add that I couldn't have faced coming to my parents' house right after putting Cooper down. I had needed to be alone. "And you're sure you never left the blanket here?" my dad asked. "Not even by accident?" "I'm positive," I said. "It's been in my car for years. I've never taken it out except to wash it." We went back and forth like this for a while, trying to come up with rational explanations. Maybe I had 2 identical blankets all along and just forgot. Maybe someone had played an elaborate prank. Maybe I had left the blanket at my parents' house at some point and bought an identical replacement without remembering. None of these explanations made sense, and they certainly didn't explain the identical wear patterns and stains. In the end, I took the blanket from my car, the one I knew was mine, and left the duplicate with my parents. They put it back in the attic for the time being, not knowing what else to do with it. I drove home feeling deeply unsettled, checking my rearview mirror repeatedly to look at my blanket on the back seat, as if it might disappear or transform while I wasn't looking. Over the next few weeks, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I even considered reaching out to Leah to ask if she had somehow given me 2 blankets, but I knew that wasn't the case. I remember clearly the moment she gave it to me, wrapped in birthday paper. There was only one. I've gone back to my parents' house twice since then to look at the duplicate blanket again. It hasn't changed. It's still identical to mine in every way. My mom hasn't moved it from the attic. She says it gives her a weird feeling. I've researched similar phenomena online, read about quantum duplications and parallel universes and all sorts of fringe theories. None of it really explains what happened. I'm not a superstitious person. I've never believed in ghosts or supernatural things, but I cannot explain how there are now 2 identical M&M blankets, both bearing the exact same history, the exact same emotional significance. The rational part of my brain says there must be a logical explanation, that memory is fallible, that I'm somehow misremembering the timeline of events. But every time I look at that blanket in my car, I know it's history. I remember Cooper curled up on it. I remember wrapping him in it on his last day. I remember washing it afterward, crying as I put it in the machine. Those memories are real and vivid. So how can there be another blanket with the exact same history? I don't have an answer. All I know is that reality feels a little less solid to me now, a little less certain. And sometimes when I'm driving alone, I swear I can feel Cooper's weight on that blanket in the back seat, like he's still there, somehow existing in two places at once, just like his blanket. I've been sitting here for over an hour trying to figure out how to even start this. My hands are still shaking a bit as I type. I keep looking over my shoulder at that damn vase sitting on my mantel right now. The same vase that shattered into pieces 6 months ago. The same vase that somehow reappeared completely intact on Tuesday. I'm not someone who believes in the paranormal. I've always been practical, rational. When weird things happen, there's usually a logical explanation. The kids moved something. I forgot I did something, whatever. But what happened this week, I can't explain it. I've tried. God, I've tried. Some background. I moved into this house about a year ago with my 4 kids. It's a nice place, nothing special or historic, just a regular suburban home built in the 90s. No one died here that I know of. The previous owners were an elderly couple who moved to Florida. Normal stuff. Among my possessions was this small blue vase with fake heather and thistle flowers. Nothing valuable, just a cheap thing I bought at a home goods store years ago. But I've had it since my first apartment, so it's followed me through 3 different moves. It's been a constant in our ever-changing homes. In this new house, I kept moving it around, first on the fireplace mantel, then a side table in the living room, and finally on this narrow windowsill in our hallway. But we had a small leak a while back, so I moved it from the windowsill back to the fireplace. About 6 months ago, my 3-year-old Lily was running around the living room, as 3-year-olds do, and knocked the vase right off the mantel. It shattered completely, glass everywhere. It wasn't a big deal. Accidents happen. But I remember saying, I've had this vase since our first address. I'm so sad. My older daughters helped clean up, and we actually found it kind of funny when we discovered a bunch of old bubble gum wrappers stuffed inside. My oldest, Emma, she's 12, had apparently been using it as a secret trash can for years. So that was that. The vase was gone, just another casualty of life with young kids. We swept up the pieces, threw them away, and I honestly forgot about it until Tuesday. Tuesday started like any normal day. I was home with the kids, Emma, 12, Zoe, 9, Maya, 6, and Lily, 3. We were playing peekaboo around the house, which is Lily's current favorite game. Emma was it and counting while the rest of us hid. I remember specifically watching Emma sit down on that small empty windowsill in the hallway while she counted. It's a narrow sill, barely wide enough to sit on, and there was definitely nothing on it. I'm 100% certain of this because I remember thinking she should be careful not to fall backward through the window. We played for maybe 20 to 30 minutes, then the younger ones got bored and went to watch TV. I made some coffee and sat in the living room while Emma went to her room to read. Nothing unusual. About half an hour later, I got up to go upstairs and grab some laundry. As I walked out of the living room and into the hallway, I stopped dead in my tracks. There, sitting on that same windowsill where Emma had been sitting, was my blue vase with the heather and thistle. The exact same vase that had been shattered 6 months ago. I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. I literally could not move. I stood there staring at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. At first, I thought maybe I was confused. Maybe it was a different vase that just looked similar. But no, it was unmistakably the same one. The same chip on the rim that had been there for years. The same faded fake flowers. The exact same vase. I called out, my voice higher than normal. "Kids, can you all come here for a second?" They must have heard the panic in my voice because they all came running. Emma was the first to reach me, and she stopped abruptly when she saw what I was looking at. "Mom," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "how is that here? That's the vase I broke." "I didn't break it," Lily immediately said, which would be funny if the situation wasn't so unsettling. Emma looked genuinely scared. "How? Mom, we literally sat there half an hour ago and that vase was smashed months ago. We even got to see everything that we had been putting in there." I picked it up carefully, half expecting it to dissolve in my hands, but it was solid, real. I turned it upside down and looked inside. Empty. No gum wrappers. "Maybe it's a different vase that looks the same," Zoe suggested. "I only had one," I said. "And look at the chip on the rim. It's the same one." The kids were getting scared, and honestly, so was I. To calm them down and myself, I tried to make light of it. "Let's Google what heather and thistle mean," I said, pulling out my phone. "Maybe they're trying to tell us something." We discovered that heather symbolizes protection and good luck, while thistle represents strength and protection. Emma laughed nervously and said, "Well, at least it's not sending us death threats." I put the vase back on the mantel in the living room, and we tried to go about our day. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. How does a broken vase reassemble itself and appear on a windowsill that was definitely empty half an hour earlier? Here's the thing. This isn't the first weird occurrence in this house. About 3 months ago, I was cooking dinner. I had a bottle of Worcestershire sauce and was about to add some to the meat. I twisted off the cap, and it slipped from my fingers. I watched it fall, but it never hit the ground. It just disappeared mid-air. I looked everywhere, under the stove, fridge, counters, nowhere. The kids helped me search the entire kitchen. That cap simply vanished. At the time, I convinced myself I must have been mistaken. Maybe it bounced into some hidden corner we couldn't see. But now, with the vase incident, I'm not so sure. I've spent the last few days trying to figure out what's happening. I've checked every trash can in the house to see if maybe I didn't throw away the broken vase after all. I've asked my kids if they bought a replacement as a surprise, though I don't know why they would, or how they'd find an identical one with the same chip. I've racked my brain trying to come up with a logical explanation, but there isn't one. The vase was broken. We all saw it break. We cleaned up the pieces. We threw them away. And now it's back, intact, as if nothing ever happened. Last night I put the vase in a cupboard because I couldn't stand looking at it anymore. This morning it was back on the mantel. I don't know what's happening in this house. Is it some kind of weird time slip? A glitch in reality? Am I losing my mind? The only theory I can come up with, and I know this sounds crazy, is that maybe this house exists at some kind of intersection between different planes of existence, like things can transform or transport between states of being. The vase exists in both a broken and unbroken state, and somehow it switched from one reality to another. I know that sounds insane. I feel insane even typing it. But what other explanation is there? I've started noticing other small things too. Books that I swear were on one shelf appearing on another. A coffee mug I could have sworn I put in the dishwasher showing up clean in the cabinet. Nothing as dramatic as the vase, but enough to make me question myself constantly. The kids are handling it better than I am, honestly. They've turned it into a game, checking every day to see if the vase has moved. Emma even put a small piece of tape on the bottom to see if it's the same vase if it disappears and comes back again. I've considered getting rid of it, throwing it away somewhere far from home. But part of me is afraid to. What if it's protecting us, like the flower meanings suggest? What if removing it opens us up to something worse? I've never been superstitious, but I find myself treading more carefully in the house now, speaking more softly, treating objects with more respect, as if they might have feelings or awareness. I haven't told anyone else about this. How could I? Hey, so my broken vase magically repaired itself and teleported onto my windowsill isn't exactly casual conversation material. People would think I'm crazy. Sometimes I think I am. But I know what I saw. I know what all of us saw. That vase was broken, and now it's not. It appeared out of nowhere on a windowsill that was empty minutes before. Reality isn't supposed to work this way. Things that break stay broken. Things don't just appear and disappear. But in this house, the rules seem different. I'm writing this all down partly to document it, partly to see if anyone else has experienced anything similar. I need to know I'm not losing my mind. I need to know if anyone else has had objects reappear or repair themselves. Because right now, as I sit here looking at that vase with its faded purple heather and prickly thistle, I'm not sure of anything anymore. Not even the basic rules of how the world is supposed to work. I never believed in paranormal stuff before this happened. I'm still not sure I do. But I need to get this off my chest, because it's eating me alive. And I can't talk to anyone about it without sounding completely insane. 3 months ago, my roommate Jasmine moved out of our apartment in Riverbrook Heights to take a job opportunity in Chicago. It wasn't a dramatic thing. She'd been talking about leaving for months, and Lily and I were happy for her. The three of us had been sharing this weird old renovated apartment for about a year and a half. I say weird because the layout is just off. It's one of those places where they chopped up a bigger unit, so to get from Lily's bedroom to the kitchen or bathroom, she has to walk through my bedroom. Not ideal, but the rent was cheap, and we'd gotten used to it. The first time I noticed the blood was about a week after Jasmine left. I woke up to get ready for work and spotted these small, dark red drops on my hardwood floor. They were right in the middle of my room, not near the door or the bed, just in this random spot that nobody would normally step on. At first, I thought maybe Jasmine had cut herself while moving out, and we hadn't noticed it. I cleaned it up, thinking that was the end of it. Fast forward to last Tuesday. I'd been at my parents' house for the weekend, about 2 hours away. Before I left Friday evening, I'd done a deep clean of my room, vacuumed, mopped, the works. I got back to the apartment around 7 p.m. on Tuesday, dropped my bag by the door, and headed to my room to unpack. That's when I saw it. In the exact same spot as before, the exact same spot, were 4 or 5 drops of blood. Bright red, fresh, like they'd just appeared. I froze. My whole body went cold. It couldn't be from before. I'd literally mopped that floor 3 days ago, and Lily hadn't been in town either. She'd gone to her boyfriend's place for the long weekend. The apartment had been completely empty for 3 days. I called out for Lily anyway, thinking maybe she'd come home early and somehow hurt herself. No answer. I checked the entire apartment. Nobody was there. All the windows were locked from the inside. The front door had been double locked when I arrived. I took a picture and called Lily right away. She swore she hadn't been back to the apartment yet and wouldn't be home until later that night. I sent her the photo and she freaked out a little, suggesting maybe we had mice or something that got injured. But there were no trails, no smears, just those perfect little drops in that one specific spot. I put on gloves. Thank God I had some from when I dyed my hair, and cleaned it up again. I checked the ceiling above. Nothing. Checked the floor for any holes or spaces where something could have seeped through. Nothing. The drops were just there, like they'd materialized out of nowhere. When Lily got home that night, we tore the apartment apart looking for any logical explanation. She even called our landlord, Mr. Grayson, who just told us the building used to be some kind of office space in the 1960s before being converted to apartments in the 90s. He seemed annoyed we were bothering him about a few drops of something red, and suggested it might be rust from the pipes. But there are no pipes running under that section of my floor. We tried to laugh it off that night. Maybe it was paint that had somehow gotten reactivated by humidity. Maybe it was something Jasmine had spilled that was seeping up through the floorboards. We came up with all kinds of explanations, each one more ridiculous than the last. But the next morning, it was back. Same spot, same size drops, same bright red. That's when the real panic set in. Because I'd been home all night. Lily had been home all night. We'd both heard each other get up to use the bathroom once, but otherwise, we'd been asleep. My door was closed. There was no way either of us could have walked into that room and bled on that exact spot without the other knowing. I took more photos and then cleaned it up again, this time getting down on my hands and knees with a flashlight to examine the floor. The hardwood looked normal, but when I pressed down on that specific area, I noticed it felt different. Not exactly soft, but not as solid as the rest of the floor. I tried to pry up one of the boards, but they were all firmly nailed down. We decided to put a small rug over the spot, just for our own peace of mind. We didn't talk about it much that day. We both had work, and I think we were both hoping that covering it up would somehow make it stop. It didn't. The next morning, the rug was slightly askew, and when I moved it, there were the drops again. Same spot, same size, but this time there was something else. A faint, metallic smell. The kind that hits the back of your throat when you're around a lot of blood. I'm not ashamed to admit I cried while cleaning it up this time. Lily sat on my bed watching me, neither of us saying anything. What was there to say? It defied any rational explanation. That night, things got worse. We were both sitting in the living room watching Netflix, trying to distract ourselves, when we heard a thud from my bedroom. We looked at each other, and I could see my own terror reflected in Lily's eyes. Neither of us wanted to check, but eventually I grabbed a baseball bat we keep by the door. This is still New York after all, and slowly pushed open my bedroom door. Nothing seemed out of place at first. The rug was still covering the spot. My dresser, bed, and desk were all where they should be. But then I noticed my closet door was open about an inch. I always keep that door closed, because the hinge squeaks and drives me crazy. Lily was right behind me as I approached the closet. I pulled the door open fast, bat raised, heart pounding so hard I could hear it. Empty, just my clothes and shoes. But as we turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something on the floor by the rug. My necklace, the one my grandmother gave me before she died. It's this little silver locket that I always keep in my jewelry box on the dresser. But there it was, on the floor, about 2 feet from the blood spot. The chain was broken. I picked it up with shaking hands and showed Lily. She suggested that maybe it had fallen earlier and I hadn't noticed, but we both knew that wasn't true. That necklace is special to me. I know exactly where it is at all times. That night, neither of us could sleep. We ended up dragging Lily's mattress into the living room, and we both slept out there with all the lights on. I say slept, but really we just laid there, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. In the morning, we decided we needed to know what was under that section of floor. We went to the hardware store and bought a crowbar. I felt ridiculous explaining to the guy working there that we needed to pry up our floorboards, but he didn't seem to care. Back at the apartment, we moved my bed and dresser out of the way. Lily held a flashlight while I worked the crowbar into the seam between two boards near our blood spot. The wood splintered and cracked, but eventually I got the edge of one board up enough to grip it and pull. The board came free with a screech of nails that set my teeth on edge. We both peered into the small opening. There was a space of about 8 inches between the floorboards and the subfloor below. More space than I would have expected. In that gap was dust, old insulation, and what looked like some kind of fabric. I reached in with gloved hands, we weren't taking any chances at this point, and carefully pulled out what turned out to be a small cloth bag, about the size of my fist. It was covered in dust, but seemed intact. There was also a folded piece of yellowed paper. My hands were shaking so badly that Lily had to unfold the paper. It was a newspaper clipping from 1967. The headline read, "Local businessman missing, foul play suspected." The article was about some guy named Robert Chambers, who owned the building when it was still offices. He'd disappeared suddenly, and his business partner was being questioned by police. The bag felt heavy, and something inside shifted when I moved it. Every horror movie I've ever seen was screaming at me not to open it, but we had to know. I carefully untied the string around the top and emptied the contents onto a towel we'd laid out. Inside was a man's watch with dried blood on the band, a set of keys, and what looked like a human tooth. I dropped the bag and backed away so fast I hit the wall. Lily looked like she was going to be sick. We were both breathing hard, trying to process what we were seeing. "We need to call the police," Lily finally said, and I nodded, unable to speak. Before we could do anything, though, we heard a key in the front door lock. We both froze. Nobody else had a key except Jasmine, and she was in Chicago. The door swung open, and there stood our landlord, Mr. Grayson. He looked surprised to see us. Then his eyes traveled to the pried-up floorboard, the items spread on the towel, and the newspaper clipping. "I was just coming to check on that, plumbing issue you mentioned," he said slowly, but his eyes never left the stuff from under the floor. Something about his expression made my skin crawl. He wasn't surprised enough. He wasn't confused enough. He looked caught. I suddenly remembered something Jasmine had mentioned before she left, that she'd seen Mr. Grayson coming out of our apartment one day when we were both at work. He'd claimed he was checking for leaks, but nothing had been reported. Mr. Grayson took a step into the apartment, and I instinctively moved closer to Lily. "You know," he said, his voice different now, lower. "My father owned this building back in the 60s. He and his partner had a disagreement about some financial matters." My blood ran cold. Robert Chambers had disappeared in 1967. The business partner questioned by police would have been... "My father always said the past stays buried," Mr. Grayson continued, taking another step toward us. "Guess he was wrong about that." I don't remember deciding to move. One second I was frozen in place, and the next I was shoving Mr. Grayson aside, grabbing Lily's arm, and running for the door. He caught my sleeve, but I twisted free, dragging Lily with me into the hallway. We ran down 3 flights of stairs and out onto the street, not stopping until we reached the coffee shop 2 blocks away. With shaking hands, I called 911. The police took our statement, collected the items from under the floor, and arrested Mr. Grayson that same day. It turns out the blood on the watch matched the blood type of Robert Chambers, according to old police records. They're reopening the investigation, and there's talk of searching the foundation of the building. Lily and I are staying in a hotel right now. We're looking for a new apartment. One where nobody has to walk through someone else's bedroom to get to the bathroom. One without mysterious blood spots appearing out of nowhere. I don't know why the blood kept showing up in that exact spot. Was it some kind of message from beyond the grave? Was Robert Chambers trying to tell us something? Or was it Mr. Grayson, somehow sneaking into our apartment to mess with us, trying to scare us away before we discovered his father's secret? The police can't explain it either. The blood samples they took from my floor were too degraded for DNA testing, apparently, but they said it was definitely human blood. All I know is I'm never ignoring unexplained blood again, and I check under my hotel bed every night now, just in case there's something else trying to send me a message. I've never told this story to anyone except my therapist. Even now, 20 years later, my hands are shaking as I type this. I guess I'm hoping someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of what happened that day. I grew up in Pinecrest, one of those small towns where everyone knows everyone. My best friend Ethan lived 3 houses down, and we spent practically every day together. We were both 12, at that perfect age where our parents gave us enough freedom to explore, but we still had that childlike sense of wonder about the world. Behind our neighborhood was this small stretch of woods. Nothing impressive. You could walk from one end to the other in about 5 minutes. It wasn't deep or dense like a national forest or anything. Just a patch of trees between our subdivision and the highway. But to us, it was everything. Our fortress, our kingdom, our escape. We knew every inch of those woods, every trail, every fallen log, every weird-shaped rock. We had names for all of it. Crocodile Creek, just a tiny stream. The fortress, a cluster of boulders. The watchtower, an old oak with perfect climbing branches. You get the idea. These woods were as familiar to me as my own backyard. It was late October, a Wednesday afternoon. I remember because we had early dismissal from school for teacher conferences. The air had that perfect fall crispness, and the leaves were all these amazing shades of orange and red. Ethan had just gotten a new pocket knife from his dad, and we were eager to test it out by carving our initials into a tree or something. We followed our usual trail, the one that cut diagonally through the woods. About halfway through, something caught my eye, something that definitely wasn't there the day before. It was a door. Not a full door, but like a cupboard door, just lying there on the ground among the fallen leaves. It was made of dark wood with an old brass handle, the kind you might find in an antique farmhouse. "What the hell?" Ethan said, kicking at a pile of leaves near it. I bent down to check it out. It looked weathered but not rotted or anything, like it had been there for years, which was impossible. We'd been here literally the day before. "Maybe someone dumped it?" I suggested, though it seemed like a weird thing to toss in the woods. Ethan shrugged and grabbed the handle. "Let's see what's under it." He lifted the door and nothing, just more dirt and leaves underneath. I don't know what we expected, a secret passage, a hidden compartment, but the disappointment didn't last long. Ethan was already flipping open his new knife, ready to carve something into a nearby tree. I remember having this weird feeling as we moved on, like something had shifted. The air felt different somehow, heavier almost. I brushed it off, figuring it was just the weather changing. We walked for about 10 minutes, slashing at branches with sticks and talking about the new video game we were saving up for. That's when I realized something wasn't right. "Hey," I said, stopping suddenly. "We should have reached the edge by now." Ethan looked around, frowning. "Yeah, that's weird." We kept walking, thinking maybe we'd gotten turned around somehow. But after another 5 minutes, I started noticing plants I'd never seen before. There was this weird flower, bright purple with jagged petals, growing in clusters near the base of trees. And the trees themselves seemed different, taller, with darker bark. "Ethan, I don't think we're in our woods anymore." He laughed it off. "Don't be stupid, Marcus. Where else would we be?" But I could tell he was getting nervous, too. He kept checking over his shoulder, and his voice had that slight edge to it. We decided to turn back, but I swear the trail behind us had changed, too. The landmarks we were so familiar with, they were just gone, replaced by this alien landscape that somehow still looked like a forest, but not our forest. We must have walked for at least half an hour, which was insane. You could cross our woods 6 times in that amount of time. My watch said it was 4:15 p.m. We'd entered the woods at around 3:30. "We should have hit someone's backyard by now," Ethan said, his voice small. "That's when we saw it. Just ahead, the trees cleared into a perfect square, and sitting in the middle of this clearing was a house. Not a cabin or some run-down shack you might expect to find in the woods. This was a pristine 2-story white house with black shutters and a red front door, like something out of a magazine. The house was surrounded by the most perfect lawn I've ever seen, bright green and perfectly manicured, forming an exact square around the house. It was like someone had dropped a suburban home right in the middle of the forest, complete with its own yard. We froze at the edge of the trees, just staring. The house looked so out of place it was almost offensive. There was no driveway, no path leading to or from it. Just this perfect house sitting on its perfect lawn in the middle of nowhere. "Do you think someone lives there?" Ethan whispered. I shook my head. "I don't know." Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run. Not because the house looked scary. It didn't. It was beautiful, welcoming even. That's what made it so wrong. It was too perfect, too clean, too impossible. As we stood there, I noticed something else strange. The area around the house was completely silent. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just this heavy, pressing silence that seemed to radiate from the house itself. "Let's knock on the door," Ethan suggested, but I could tell his heart wasn't in it. "No way," I said firmly. "We need to go home." Ethan didn't argue. We both felt it, this deep, primal warning humming through our bodies. This house wasn't meant to be found. We weren't meant to be here. We turned away from the clearing and picked a direction that felt right. I remember feeling like I was being watched the entire time, like the house itself was following our movements with invisible eyes. After walking for what felt like forever, we suddenly broke through to a familiar trail, our trail. Relief washed over me so strongly I nearly collapsed. We practically ran the rest of the way home, not speaking until we reached my front porch. "That was weird, right?" Ethan finally said, his face pale. "Like, really weird?" I nodded. "Yeah, really weird." We made a pact right then to go back the next day and find the house again. In the light of day, with the mysterious experience behind us, curiosity was already replacing fear. But when we returned the next afternoon, there was no house, no clearing with a perfect lawn, no strange plants or unfamiliar trees. Our woods were just our woods again, 5 minutes from end to end, every landmark exactly where it should be. We looked for the cupboard door too, thinking maybe that was the key somehow. But it was gone as well, as if it had never existed. Ethan eventually convinced himself we'd gotten lost somehow, maybe wandered into a different section of forest beyond our usual area. That didn't explain the house, but he seemed determined to forget about it. Within a week, he'd stopped talking about it entirely. I couldn't let it go that easily. I started going back to the woods alone, searching for the door, for the strange plants, for anything that might prove I hadn't imagined it all. I became obsessed, spending hours after school and on weekends walking every possible path through those trees. For years, nothing happened. The woods remained stubbornly normal. Ethan and I drifted apart in high school, not because of any falling out, but just the way friendships sometimes do. He got into sports, I got into computers, and if I'm being honest, became something of a loner. When I was 17, my family moved away from Pinecrest. I went to college, got a job in IT, built what most people would call a normal life. But I never forgot about the house. Every few years, I'd make the 3-hour drive back to Pinecrest. I'd park at my old elementary school and walk the familiar path into the woods. They were smaller than I remembered. Funny how that works, but still essentially the same. And still no sign of the impossible house or the door that seemed to lead us to it. Last month, I made the trip again. I'm 32 now, with a receding hairline and a growing collection of anxieties. The woods behind my old neighborhood have shrunk even further. A new housing development has eaten away at one edge. I was about to give up, to finally accept that whatever happened that day was some strange shared delusion, when I spotted something half buried under a pile of leaves. My heart nearly stopped. It was the door. The same dark wood, the same brass handle, lying innocently on the forest floor, as if it had always been there. With shaking hands, I reached down and grasped the handle. It felt cold to the touch, colder than it should have been on that warm spring day. I hesitated, suddenly terrified of what might happen if I lifted it. But I had to know. After 20 years, I had to know. I lifted the door. There was nothing underneath, just dirt and leaves, exactly like before. I felt a wave of disappointment so intense it was almost physical. Until I stood up and looked around. The woods had changed, not dramatically, not all at once, but subtly. The light filtering through the trees seemed different, greener somehow, more diffuse. I started walking, and with each step the transformation became more pronounced. New plants appeared, the trees grew taller, older. The familiar sounds of the suburban neighborhood, distant cars, the occasional barking dog, faded away, replaced by that same heavy silence I remembered. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I was both terrified and exhilarated. It was happening again. I walked for maybe 20 minutes, moving deeper into this transformed version of the woods. Part of me wanted to turn back, to run for the safety of the normal world. But a stronger part pushed me forward. I had waited 20 years for this moment, and then I saw it. The clearing, the perfect square of manicured lawn, and in the center the house, just as pristine and impossible as it had been when I was 12. It looked exactly the same. White siding, black shutters, red door. I never talk about what happened to me in Wisconsin back in '92. I've tried therapy, medication, even hypnosis. Nothing helps. But maybe writing it down will. I need to get this out because I can't keep pretending it didn't happen, especially after what I saw on the news last week. I was 32 and my photography career was circling the drain. Wildlife photography had been my passion since college, but by '92, I was barely making rent on my crappy Philadelphia apartment. I'd been reduced to shooting pet portraits and the occasional wedding to stay afloat. My ex-wife had left 2 years earlier, tired of living with a failed artist, as she called me. Can't really blame her. When National Geographic offered me a 3-week assignment documenting rare warbler migrations in northern Wisconsin, I jumped at it. The pay wasn't great, but it was actual wildlife photography, and I desperately needed both the money and to feel like a real photographer again. They arranged a cabin rental in the Chequamegon National Forest, really remote, perfect for wildlife observation. No electricity, just propane lights and a wood stove. I packed my gear, my old Remington rifle, bears were common up there, and headed out. The drive from Philly took nearly 17 hours. I remember pulling up to the ranger station feeling exhausted but excited. The forest ranger, a weathered guy named Dave, seemed surprised anyone would want to stay out there alone. "Most folks prefer the cabins closer to town," he said, handing me a map with my cabin circled in red. "This one's pretty isolated. Nearest neighbor's about 8 miles away." I told him that was perfect for what I needed. He shrugged and gave me directions, along with a warning about the spring weather being unpredictable. I thanked him and drove another hour down increasingly rough dirt roads until I reached the cabin. It was smaller than I expected, just one room with a small kitchen area, a bed, a table, and a wood stove. The bathroom was an outhouse about 20 yards away, but it had large windows perfect for observing the surrounding forest, and the isolation felt like exactly what I needed after years in the city. That first day, I settled in, unpacked my camera gear, and hiked around to get a feel for the area. The forest was dense and old, with towering pines and thick undergrowth. I spotted several warbler species right away and spent the afternoon photographing them. That night, I cooked a simple dinner on the propane stove, read by lamplight, and fell asleep to the peaceful sounds of the forest. The next few days followed a similar pattern. I'd wake at dawn, spend all day hiking and photographing birds, then return to the cabin at dusk. I was getting some great shots: Kirtland's warblers, Blackburnian warblers, even a rare golden-winged warbler. For the first time in years, I felt like a real photographer again. On the 5th night, everything changed. I woke around 2 a.m. to the sound of something moving outside the cabin. Not just random forest noises. These were deliberate footsteps circling the perimeter, heavy ones. At first I thought it might be a bear, but the pattern was wrong. Bears don't typically circle like that. Whatever it was seemed to be methodically checking the cabin, pausing at each window, then moving on. I grabbed my flashlight and the rifle and stayed perfectly still, listening. The footsteps completed one full circle around the cabin, then stopped right outside my door. I heard deep, heavy breathing, like nothing I'd ever heard before. Not a bear, not a wolf, not anything I recognized. Then something scraped against the door, like claws dragging downward. I called out, "Hey, get out of here!" thinking it might be a bear and my voice would scare it off. The breathing stopped immediately. There was complete silence for maybe 30 seconds. Then, without any sound of retreating footsteps, whatever it was seemed to just disappear. I sat up the rest of the night with the rifle across my lap, jumping at every sound. When dawn finally came, I cautiously went outside to look around. What I found chilled me to the bone. Tracks circled the entire cabin, just like I'd heard. But they weren't bear tracks, or anything else I recognized, and I'd spent years photographing wildlife. They were huge, about the size of a large bear print, but the shape was all wrong. Each print had what looked like elongated toe marks ending in deep punctures where claws had dug into the soil. The claws were spaced wrong, curved unnaturally, and the stride length was massive, at least 6 feet between prints. Whatever made them was big, much bigger than a black bear. I spent that day nearby, not wanting to venture far from the cabin. I told myself it was probably just some unusual bear with deformed paws. But deep down, I knew that wasn't right. Nothing about those tracks matched anything in my experience. That night, I barricaded the door with the table and kept the rifle loaded beside me. I dozed off around midnight, but woke again to those same footsteps. This time, they were accompanied by a sound I'll never forget, a low guttural noise that started as a growl but morphed into something that sounded almost like words. Not English, not anything human, but deliberate vocalizations with a rhythm to them. I grabbed the flashlight and, against my better judgment, looked out the window. For just a split second, I caught a glimpse of something massive moving between the trees about 20 yards away. It was tall, taller than a man, and moved with a speed that seemed impossible for its size. Then it was gone. I didn't sleep at all that night. By morning, I was seriously considering packing up and leaving, assignment be damned. But I needed the money, and I kept telling myself there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe it was some kind of forest person, a hermit or something. Maybe I was just scaring myself. I spent that day photographing birds near the cabin, constantly looking over my shoulder. I found more of those strange tracks, leading deeper into the forest, but didn't follow them. As dusk approached, a heavy sense of dread settled over me. I knew whatever it was would be back that night. I was right. Around 11 p.m. I heard it again, but this time it came directly to the cabin. No circling, no hesitation. Something heavy landed on the roof with a thud that shook the entire structure. I could hear it moving above me, the roof creaking under its weight. Then came that same guttural sound, but louder, right above my head. Panic took over. I grabbed the rifle, threw the table aside, and flung open the door. I don't know what I was thinking. I just couldn't stand being trapped in there another second. As soon as I stepped outside, I sensed movement to my right. I swung my flashlight toward it and finally saw the thing clearly. God, I wish I hadn't. It stood at the edge of the clearing, partially illuminated by my flashlight beam. 7, maybe 8 feet tall, covered in matted black fur that didn't look quite like hair, more like some kind of fibrous growth. Its limbs were wrong, too long, jointed in places they shouldn't be, like they'd been broken and healed badly multiple times. It stood on 2 legs, but not like a bear does, fully upright, but with a strange forward hunch to its posture. But it was the face that still haunts my nightmares. A grotesque blend of wolf and bear features, but wrong in a way that's hard to describe. The snout was too long, lined with teeth that didn't fit properly in its mouth. And the eyes, Christ, the eyes. They glowed slightly in my flashlight beam, reflecting back yellowish green, but with an intelligence that was unmistakably self-aware. Not animal awareness, something else. It was looking at me with recognition, with calculation. For maybe 3 seconds, we just stared at each other. Then it took a step toward me, and I fired the rifle purely on instinct. The shot hit it somewhere in the shoulder or chest. I saw black matter spray from the impact. It made a sound no animal should be capable of, a screeching howl that sounded almost like words again. Then it was gone, crashing into the underbrush with impossible speed for something so large. I ran back inside, barricaded the door again, and spent the night in the corner, rifle aimed at the entrance, jumping at every sound. By first light, I had packed my things, left the cabin key on the table, and was speeding down the dirt roads toward the ranger station. I told Dave some bullshit about a family emergency and left without even collecting final payment for the assignment. The drive back to Philadelphia is a blur. I remember stopping only for gas and coffee, pushing straight through. I was convinced that thing was somehow following me, that I'd see it in my rearview mirror at any moment. Back in Philly, I tried to convince myself it had been a bear with some kind of deformity, or maybe a wolf that had grown abnormally large. But I knew better. The intelligence in those eyes, the way it moved, those sounds it made, this wasn't any animal known to science. I gave up wildlife photography after that. Couldn't bring myself to go back into remote areas. I got a job at a commercial studio shooting product photos and tried to forget what happened. For years, I never told anyone. Who would believe me? Fast forward 10 years. It's 2002, and I'm flipping through channels one night when a news story catches my eye. 3 hikers had gone missing in the Chequamegon National Forest. The reporter mentioned it was the 5th disappearance in that area in the past 2 years. They showed a map, and I recognized the location, less than 5 miles from where my cabin had been. Something snapped in me. I needed answers. Maybe I needed to prove to myself I wasn't crazy. Whatever the reason, I found myself planning a return trip to Wisconsin. This time, I went prepared. Better rifle, motion-activated trail cameras, satellite phone. I told myself I was just going to set up the cameras and leave, maybe get some evidence of whatever was out there. I arrived in early October, stayed at a motel in the nearest town, and spent the first day just driving around, working up the courage to go back into the forest. Finally, on the second day, I parked at a trailhead about 3 miles from where my old cabin had been and hiked in. The forest felt different now, oppressive, watching. I set up trail cameras at intervals along the path, hands shaking the whole time. As I worked, I started noticing things, broken branches high up on trees, tufts of that same black fur caught on bark, and once, unmistakably, one of those distinctive tracks pressed into a muddy section of trail. I should have left then. God, why didn't I leave? Instead, I followed the signs. They led me to a ravine I didn't remember from my previous stay. At the bottom was a small stream, and across it, partially hidden by undergrowth, was the entrance to a cave. Standing there, looking at that dark opening, every instinct screamed at me to turn around. But I had to know. I had to see what was in there. I switched on my flashlight and entered. The cave narrowed quickly into a tunnel that sloped downward. The air inside was strange, warm and thick with a smell like rotting meat and something else, something chemical and alien. I followed the tunnel for maybe 50 yards before it opened into a larger chamber. What I saw there will never leave me. The chamber was filled with bizarre, cocoon-like structures attached to the walls and ceiling. They were about 6 feet long, semi-translucent, and seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Inside each one was a shape, vaguely human in some, but others were twisted, halfway between human and something else. Some had limbs that were elongated, joints forming in wrong places. Others had facial features that were stretching, morphing into muzzle-like protrusions. They were changing, being transformed. As I stood there, frozen in horror, I heard movement behind me. I turned to see not one, but 5 of the creatures entering the chamber from another tunnel. Among them was the one I'd shot years before. I could see the healed wound in its shoulder, a patch of missing fur and puckered flesh. They formed a semicircle blocking my exit. The one I'd shot moved forward, and then it did something I still can't fully process. It spoke. The sound wasn't like human speech. It came from a throat not designed for our language, deep and distorted, but the words were unmistakable. You return, the mark maker, the wound giver. I stood there, unable to move, unable to even process what was happening. It continued. We walked this earth long before your kind crawled out of the muck. We watched you spread like a disease. Now we adapt. We evolve. We prepare. It gestured toward the cocoons with one of its misshapen limbs. The next generation, the inheritors, better than us, better than you. When they emerge, they will reclaim what was always ours. I realized then what I was seeing. They were transforming humans into more of themselves, or something worse. The missing hikers, probably others no one had even reported missing yet. Something in me snapped. I raised the rifle and fired at the nearest cocoon. It burst open, spilling a foul-smelling fluid and its half-formed contents onto the cave floor. The creatures roared in unison, a sound that physical bodies shouldn't be able to produce. I kept firing, hitting more cocoons, then turned the rifle on them. Chaos erupted. They came at me with incredible speed. I dove toward a narrow tunnel to my right, firing blindly behind me. I heard one of them shriek in pain. The tunnel sloped upward and I scrambled through it, slipping on the damp stone, driven by pure adrenaline. Behind me, the cave seemed to be collapsing, whether from my shots or something the creatures did, I don't know. Rocks crashed down and dust filled the air. I kept moving, following the tunnel as it twisted upward, until suddenly I burst out into daylight on the other side of the ravine. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. When I finally stopped, the forest was quiet, except for my gasping breaths. I made it back to my car and drove straight out of Wisconsin without stopping, not even to retrieve my trail cameras. I moved to New York City after that, as far from wilderness as I could get. I've never set foot in a forest again. For years I told myself that maybe the cave collapse had killed them all, that it was over. But last week I saw another news report. More disappearances in the Chequamegon, but also in forests in Michigan, Minnesota, even as far as Maine. Always the same pattern. Hikers vanishing without a trace in remote areas. They survived. They're spreading. And whatever they're creating in those cocoons, whatever next generation that thing was talking about, it's coming. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe as a warning, maybe because I can't keep it inside anymore. All I know is that there are things in this world far older and more terrible than we can imagine. And they're watching us, waiting. They have a plan. And God help us when it finally unfolds. I never thought I'd put all this in writing, but I need to get it off my chest. I've been carrying it for too long. Maybe someone out here will believe me, though I doubt it. The authorities didn't. The search teams didn't. Hell, even I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't lived through it myself. I'm 85 now, and my hands shake as I type this. Not just from age, but from the memories. 5 years ago, I went back to those mountains. I shouldn't have, but I'm getting ahead of myself. It all started about 10 years ago. I was 75 then, retired from teaching American history at the high school in our small Virginia town for nearly 20 years. My Martha had been gone for 5 years by then. Pancreatic cancer, quick and brutal. After 47 years together, I was alone in our farmhouse with nothing but memories and too much silence. Hiking saved me, I think. I'd always been outdoorsy, but after Martha died, I took to the trails with a desperation I didn't fully understand. Something about the physical exertion and the quiet of the woods helped dull the ache. That's how I met Callum. He was 10 years younger than me, a retired park ranger with a bad knee and a worse sense of humor. We met on a trail maintenance day, got to talking, and started hiking together regularly. Callum was the adventurous type, always wanting to push further, find the places nobody else went. The real wilderness, he called it. That October, God, I remember it was a beautiful fall, he suggested we try a section near the Kentucky border. Remote, no established trails, just wilderness. Too old for that nonsense, I told him. But he wore me down, said a man my age needed adventures to keep his heart pumping. Besides, he'd said, grinning that gap-toothed smile of his, what's the worst that could happen? I think about that question every day now. We set out on a Friday morning. Clear skies, mid-50s, perfect hiking weather. We parked Callum's old Subaru at an abandoned fire road and headed in with our packs. The first few hours were gorgeous. Fall colors at their peak, leaves crunching underfoot, hawks circling overhead. But by early afternoon, something felt off. I noticed it first in the bird song, or rather, the lack of it. The forest had gone silent except for our footfalls and breathing. No chittering squirrels, no woodpeckers, nothing. Even the wind seemed to have died away. You notice that? I asked Callum. He nodded, looking around. Probably just a hawk or something spooked them, but that silence lasted. An hour, then 2. I started feeling watched, that prickle on the back of your neck that tells you something's not right. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but there was never anything there. We were deeper in the mountains than I'd ever been. The trees were old here, gnarled and massive. No sign of logging or human presence. Except, and this is where it started getting truly strange, we began noticing markings on some of the trees. At first I thought they were natural formations or maybe old trail blazes, but they weren't. They were deliberate, symbols carved into the bark, circles with jagged lines through them, like crude eyes. Look at this, I called to Callum, running my fingers over one. The carving felt fresh, the edges sharp. Probably just some hikers or hunters marking their way, he said, but he didn't sound convinced. We kept going, but I started counting the marked trees, 12 in 1 hour, all with variations of the same symbol. By late afternoon, I knew we were lost. Callum wouldn't admit it at first, kept checking his GPS, saying it was just acting up. But I could tell by the tightness around his eyes that he was worried. The terrain had grown rougher, the hillside steeper, and the forest denser. The light was starting to fade when we topped a ridge and saw the cabin. It sat in a small clearing, gray and weathered, listing slightly to one side like it was tired of standing. No smoke from the chimney, no light in the single visible window. Maybe they've got a phone, Callum said hopefully. I didn't like it. Something about that cabin made my skin crawl, but night was coming and temperatures would drop. We needed shelter. As we approached, I noticed there were no paths leading to it, no woodpile, no signs of habitation, just this cabin in the middle of nowhere, like it had grown there. The door creaked when Callum pushed it open. Inside was a single room, dusty and cold. A stone fireplace on one wall, a crude table, 2 chairs. No electricity, no phone, of course. But what stopped us in our tracks were the walls. Every inch was covered with drawings. Not normal drawings, symbols, pictographs, diagrams, all crowded together in a chaotic jumble. And that eye symbol was everywhere, repeated dozens of times in different sizes. Some were drawn in what looked like charcoal, others carved directly into the wood, and some, God help me, looked like they'd been painted in something dark and rusty that I didn't want to think about. What the hell is all this? Callum whispered, shining his flashlight across the walls. I shook my head, moving closer to examine them. There seemed to be a pattern, a sequence that repeated. Figures that might have been people, then the eye symbols, then these strange elongated shapes that didn't look quite human. Some kind of backwoods cult, maybe, I suggested, though it didn't feel right. These markings felt older somehow, ancient. We shouldn't stay here, I said finally. Callum looked out the window at the darkening forest. It's getting late, Don. We're better off here than out there. We'll leave at first light. I wanted to argue, but exhaustion was setting in. We reluctantly decided to stay, clearing a space in the center of the room, far from those disturbing walls. We ate a cold dinner. Neither of us wanted to risk a fire, and laid out our sleeping bags. I didn't expect to sleep, but I must have dozed off because I woke suddenly to Callum's hand on my shoulder. "Listen," he hissed. At first I heard nothing. Then it came, a sound unlike anything I'd ever heard before, a high, undulating cry that seemed to hover between a whistle and a scream. It echoed through the trees, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. "What animal makes that noise?" I whispered. Callum shook his head. "Not one I've ever heard." We sat in tense silence, listening as the cry came again, closer this time. Then another answered from a different direction, and another. They were surrounding us. "Maybe it's coyotes," Callum suggested weakly. We both knew it wasn't coyotes. Then came a new sound, a scratching at the walls of the cabin. Soft at first, then more insistent, like claws, large ones, dragging across the wood. Callum switched on his flashlight, sweeping it around the room. The beam caught something in the far corner that hadn't been there before, something pale and glistening. I'll try to describe what I saw, though no words seem adequate. It was shaped roughly like a person, but wrong in every detail. Too tall, too thin, with arms that hung nearly to the floor, ending in hands with elongated fingers tipped with something like claws. Its skin was translucent, almost like you could see through it to shadowy organs beneath, and covered in markings similar to those on the walls. But its face, dear God, its face. Sunken eyes that reflected the flashlight beam like an animal's. A mouth that opened too wide, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. Callum screamed. I think I did too. The thing moved, not stepped, but glided somehow toward us. I grabbed my pack in one hand and Callum's arm with the other and yanked him toward the door. We burst outside into the darkness, not caring which direction we went, as long as it was away from that cabin. The forest was alive with those cries now, coming from all around us. We ran blindly, stumbling over roots and rocks. I could hear movement in the trees, glimpses of pale forms flitting between trunks. Their speed was impossible. 1 second nothing was there, the next they were yards closer, always just at the edge of vision. I don't know how long we ran. My lungs were burning, my old heart hammering dangerously. Then Callum fell. "Don!" he shouted, and I turned to see him on the ground, clutching his ankle. I started back toward him, but froze when I saw them emerging from the darkness behind him. 3 of those things, moving with that unnatural gliding motion. Callum saw my face and turned to look. His scream will haunt me until the day I die. "Run, Don!" he yelled as the creatures reached him. "Run!" God forgive me, I ran. I heard Callum's screams behind me, then a horrible wet sound, then silence. I kept running, branches slashing my face, my legs giving out repeatedly, only for terror to force me back up. I don't know how I found the highway, blind luck or divine intervention. I stumbled out onto the asphalt just as headlights appeared around a curve. I waved my arms frantically, and by some miracle, the pickup truck stopped. The driver was a young guy, probably thought I was drunk until he saw the blood and the wild look in my eyes. He took me to the nearest hospital, where I babbled my story to increasingly skeptical nurses, then doctors, then finally the sheriff's deputies who arrived. They organized a search party at first light. I couldn't go back. I was being treated for exhaustion, dehydration, and a mild heart attack. But they took my directions to where I thought the cabin was. They found Callum's Subaru, where we'd left it. They combed those woods for 5 days. They never found Callum. They found no cabin, no strange markings on trees. Nothing. I was treated like a confused old man who'd wandered off and lost his friend. They suggested maybe Callum had fallen into a ravine or a sinkhole, or maybe he'd abandoned me for some reason. Their theory was that I'd hallucinated the rest due to stress and dehydration. I began to doubt myself. Maybe they were right. Maybe grief and age had finally broken my mind. For years, I tried to forget. I moved to a small apartment in town, stopped hiking, started seeing a therapist who helped me process my trauma. I almost convinced myself it had all been some kind of breakdown. Then the letter came. Dr. Elias Thornton introduced himself as an anthropologist specializing in Appalachian folklore from the university. He'd heard about my incident through a colleague who worked with the sheriff's department and wanted to meet. I almost threw the letter away. The last thing I needed was some academic treating me like a research subject, but something made me call him. We met at a coffee shop in town. Dr. Thornton was younger than I expected, maybe mid-40s, with intense eyes and a quiet manner. He listened without interrupting as I reluctantly told my story again. When I finished, instead of the usual looks of disbelief or pity, he opened his briefcase and took out a folder. "Mr. White," he said, "I believe you." He showed me photographs of cave paintings found in the region, dating back centuries before European settlement. They showed the same symbols I'd seen in the cabin, particularly that eye motif. He had accounts from settlers in the 1700s describing forest people who moved unnaturally fast and stole children from outlying farms. Reports from loggers in the 1920s who refused to work in certain areas after crews went missing. And more recently, hikers disappearing every few decades in that same region near the Kentucky border. The indigenous peoples called them the Old Ones, Dr. Thornton explained. They believed they lived in the mountains before humans arrived and considered those areas forbidden. For the first time in years, I felt vindicated, but also terrified all over again. Because if what I saw was real, then what happened to Callum was real too. Dr. Thornton wanted to mount a research expedition. He'd been studying these phenomena for years, but had never found someone who'd encountered the creatures and lived to tell about it. I refused at first. Nothing could make me go back to those mountains. Yet 5 years after Callum disappeared, there I was, hiking back into those same woods with Dr. Thornton, 2 of his graduate students, Ryan and Aisha, and a local guide named Ray, who claimed to know the area well. I told myself I was doing it for Callum, to find answers, maybe even to find his remains and give him a proper burial. But truthfully, I needed to know I wasn't crazy. The first 3 days were uneventful. We found nothing unusual, though I noticed Ray growing increasingly nervous as we pushed deeper into the wilderness. On the 4th night, we made camp in a small clearing. As darkness fell, I felt that familiar silence descend, the absence of natural forest sounds. "Do you notice that?" I asked, my voice tight. Dr. Thornton nodded, taking notes excitedly. Ryan and Aisha exchanged nervous glances. Ray stood abruptly. "We need to leave. Now." But it was already too late. That high, whistling cry echoed through the trees. Then another answered, and another. What followed was nightmare made real. They came from the darkness, just as I remembered, those pale, elongated forms moving with impossible speed. Ray fired his rifle, the shot deafeningly loud in the clearing. One of the creatures jerked but didn't fall. Then they were on us. I saw Ryan dragged screaming into the underbrush. Ray emptied his rifle before something tore his throat out in one swift motion. Dr. Thornton, Aisha, and I ran, the creatures pursuing us through the darkness. Somehow we made it until dawn, when they seemed to withdraw. We stumbled out of the forest the next day, half dead from exhaustion and terror. Again, the authorities searched. Again, they found nothing. No bodies, no evidence of the creatures. Ryan and Ray were listed as missing, presumed dead by misadventure. Dr. Thornton's academic career was ruined. Who would believe his wild tales of forest monsters? Aisha transferred to another university and refused to speak about what happened. And I moved again, this time to a coastal town where I could see the ocean stretching to the horizon. No forests, no mountains, just open space where nothing can hide. I still wake up screaming sometimes, hearing those cries, seeing Callum's face as he yelled for me to run. I've tried to make sense of what happened, to understand what those things are. Were they some undiscovered species? Something supernatural? I don't know. I only know they're real, they're out there, and they've been there longer than us. Dr. Thornton still sends me articles occasionally, strange disappearances in remote areas, unusual phenomena reported by hikers. The pattern continues, and sometimes, on very quiet nights, I swear I can hear that whistling cry, even with the ocean outside my window. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe because at 85, I won't be around much longer to carry this truth. Maybe you'll think I'm just a senile old man. But if you're ever hiking in those remote parts of the Appalachians and the forest goes silent around you, if you notice strange markings on the trees or feel watched by unseen eyes, get out. Get out as fast as you can, and pray they don't notice you, because they're still there, waiting in the darkness between the trees, and they're hungry. I still have trouble sleeping some nights. It's been 3 years since it happened, but every time I drive past that spot on Highway 2, I feel my hands tighten around the steering wheel. I've been with the Galatesu Tribal Department of Public Safety for almost 12 years now, and I've seen my share of accidents, domestic disputes, and even a few deaths. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for what I experienced that night in Kyle. For those who don't know, Kyle is a small town in South Dakota, the kind of place where everybody knows everybody, and the highlight of the week is Friday night high school football games. I was working the midnight shift that night in October. The air had that crisp fall chill to it, and the reservation was unusually quiet, just how I liked it. Around 1:30 a.m., I decided to head up to what we officers call the Hill, a spot that overlooks the town where we sometimes park to do paperwork or just take a mental break. It gives you a good vantage point of Kyle, and on clear nights, you can see the stars spread out overhead like you wouldn't believe. I parked my patrol expedition facing the town, killed the engine, but left the battery on so I could use the overhead light to catch up on some incident reports. The radio chattered occasionally with dispatcher updates, but nothing that needed my attention. This was standard procedure for me. I'd done it hundreds of times over the years. About 20 minutes into my paperwork, I got this weird feeling in the back of my neck. You know that sensation when you just know someone's staring at you. It was like that, but more intense. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I remember thinking how strange it was because I was completely alone up there. I tried to shake it off, focus on my reports. I'm not the jumpy type. You can't be in law enforcement. But this feeling wouldn't go away. It was like someone breathing down my neck, watching my every move. It kept getting stronger until I couldn't concentrate anymore. Finally, I looked up from my paperwork and checked my surroundings through the windshield. Nothing but darkness and the distant lights of Kyle. I glanced at my side mirrors, all clear on the passenger side. Then I checked my driver's side mirror. That's when I saw it. What looked like long hair flowing in the wind at the back of my expedition. just a glimpse of dark hair moving around the corner edge of my vehicle. My first thought was rational. Maybe it was a tree branch moving in the wind, except there weren't any trees nearby. Then I thought it might be someone sneaking up on my vehicle, maybe a drunk teen or someone looking to cause trouble. I rolled down my window to check if there was even any wind that could cause something to move like that. Dead still. Not even a breeze. A cold feeling washed over me as I looked back at the mirror. This time, I clearly saw what appeared to be a female figure peeking around from the back of my vehicle. She had long, dark hair that seemed to move despite the still air. But what really got me was her face. I recognized her. It took me a second, but then it hit me hard. It was Melissa White Eagle, the young woman who died in that accident on Highway 2 about 5 years back. I'd been one of the responding officers. She was only 22, a nursing student coming home from a late study session when she lost control at that dip in the road just west of town. Her car rolled several times. She was thrown from the vehicle, dead on impact. What made her accident stick with everyone was how random it was. No alcohol in her system, no drugs. Wasn't texting according to her phone records. Road conditions were fine. It was just one of those freak accidents that remind you how fragile life really is. Her family was devastated, of course. They put up one of those roadside crosses with flowers that gets refreshed every month. And now, somehow, she was looking at me from behind my patrol car. I'm not ashamed to admit I panicked. I hit the brakes instinctively, causing my red and blue lights to flash momentarily. The lights illuminated the area behind me, but there was nothing there, no person. But when I looked back at my mirror, she was still there, staring at me. Her face was exactly as I remembered it from the accident photos, except her skin was paler, almost blue-tinted in the dim light. I grabbed my radio and called for backup. My voice was shaking so bad I had to repeat myself. I told dispatch I had a possible suspicious person at my location and needed another unit. I didn't mention what I was really seeing. Who would believe me? While waiting for backup, I started my engine and turned on all my lights. I kept checking my mirrors, and each time she was still there. Sometimes just her hair and eyes peeking around the corner of my expedition, sometimes more of her face visible, but always watching me, always staring. It felt like forever before my radio crackled with Officer Thompson responding that he was en route. Probably only 3 or 4 minutes in reality. I couldn't stay up there any longer. I put the car in drive and sped down the hill, probably faster than I should have. The rational part of my brain kept saying there couldn't be anyone hanging onto the back of my vehicle at that speed. But every time I checked my mirror, she was still there. Only now she wasn't just peeking. Her whole face was visible, pressed against the back window, her hands cupped around her eyes like she was trying to see inside. I made it to the department in record time. The station is just a small building, but at that moment, it looked like the most welcoming place on earth. I pulled into the lot and slammed the car into park. Officer Thompson pulled in right behind me. "What's going on, John?" he asked as he approached, hand resting cautiously on his holster. I couldn't tell him. Not the whole truth. "Thought I saw someone following me up on the hill," was all I managed to say. He walked around my vehicle, flashlight in hand. I stayed in the driver's seat, afraid of what we might find. Then I heard him call out, "Hey, come look at this." My legs felt like lead as I got out and walked to the back of my expedition. Thompson was pointing his flashlight at the back window and the corner panel. There, clearly visible in the dust and road grime that covered my unwashed patrol car, were fresh handprints. Small, feminine handprints. exactly where someone's hands would be if they were peeking around from behind the vehicle. And on the back window, the marks of what looked like a face pressed against the glass, with 2 handprints on either side, just as I had seen in my mirror. Thompson looked at me, his face confused. "These fresh? Someone playing a prank on you?" I couldn't speak. The handprints were exactly where I'd seen her, and they were small, a woman's hands, not a man's. I just stood there staring at them while Thompson radioed in that everything was secure. As we went inside, Tom Bearclaw, one of our corrections officers who was working the overnight shift at the jail, took one look at my face and said, "You look like you've seen a ghost, John." The word ghost made me flinch. I must have looked worse than I thought because Tom got serious real quick. "What happened out there?" he asked. I don't know why, but I told him everything. I've known Tom since we were kids. His grandfather was a respected elder in the community, and Tom grew up learning all the old ways. If anyone would understand, it would be him. When I finished, Tom nodded slowly. He didn't look surprised or skeptical, which somehow made it worse. "The accident site is where the road dips, right? Quarter-mile west of town?" he asked. I nodded. "And they still got that memorial cross up?" I nodded again. "You need to see an elder," Tom said firmly. "Today, before your next shift. You need to be cleansed." Thompson, who had been listening, looked uncomfortable but didn't say anything. I could tell he thought we were both crazy, but he'd seen the handprints. He couldn't explain those away. I called in sick the next day and went to see Tom's grandfather, Edward Bearclaw. I'd met him at community events but never had much interaction with him. He lived in a small house on the edge of the reservation, surrounded by a garden of traditional medicinal plants. I felt awkward explaining everything to him, but like his grandson, he just listened without judgment. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. "The young woman's spirit is restless," he finally said. "When someone dies suddenly, violently, sometimes they don't understand what's happened. They stay tethered to this world, especially if there's something binding them here." "Like the memorial?" I asked, remembering Tom's question. Edward nodded. "Those meant as tributes can sometimes act as anchors, keeping spirits from moving on. But there's more to it. She chose to show herself to you specifically." "But why me? I wasn't especially close to the case. I was just one of the responding officers. Perhaps you were kind in some way you don't remember. Or perhaps she feels you can help her. Spirits often seek out those who can assist them." He performed a smudging ceremony using sage and sweetgrass and gave me a small medicine pouch to keep with me. "This will provide protection," he said, "but it's not a permanent solution. Word travels fast in a small community like ours. Within days, everyone knew something had happened, though the details got twisted with each telling. Some heard I'd seen Melissa's ghost on the hill. Others thought I'd picked up a hitchhiker who disappeared from my car. A few even suggested I was working too hard and imagined the whole thing. About a week later, Melissa's family contacted me. Her mother and older brother wanted to meet. I agreed, though I was nervous about what to say. We met at the community center, and I was surprised when they thanked me. "We knew something wasn't right," her mother said. "Melissa was always so careful driving. That accident never made sense to us." Her brother explained that after hearing about my experience, they'd consulted with some elders in the community. "They told us the same thing Mr. Bearclaw told you. The memorial might be keeping her here when she should be moving on." They organized a ceremony at the accident site. Several elders, including Edward Bearclaw, conducted traditional rites to help guide Melissa's spirit to the next world. Afterward, the family removed the roadside memorial. I continued carrying the medicine pouch Edward gave me, and I never parked on the hill at night again. For months, I was jumpy during night shifts, constantly checking my mirrors. But I never saw her again. About 6 months after the ceremony, I was driving along Highway 2 near the accident site when my patrol car suddenly stalled. It was the middle of the day, and my car was practically new. No reason for it to just die like that. As I sat there trying to restart it, I felt a sudden cold spot inside the vehicle, like someone had opened a freezer door right next to me. Then, just as suddenly, the feeling passed, and my car started up again as if nothing had happened. As I pulled away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, and for just a split second, I thought I saw someone standing by the side of the road where the memorial had been, a young woman with long dark hair. But when I blinked, there was nothing there. I don't know if what happened that day was Melissa saying goodbye or just my imagination playing tricks on me. All I know is that I've never experienced anything like that night on the hill again. The handprints that Thompson and I saw were real. We even took photos of them before washing my car. But no matter how many times I look at those photos, I still can't fully process what happened. I still drive past that spot on Highway 2 nearly every day. The memorial is gone now, just an empty stretch of highway that looks like any other. But I always slow down a little there, partly out of respect and partly out of a lingering uneasiness that I can't shake. Some of the other officers still bring it up sometimes, usually after a few beers at the end of a long shift. "Tell the ghost story, John," they'll say. Most of them don't really believe it, despite the evidence of the handprints. But they weren't there. They didn't see her face in the mirror. They didn't feel that bone-deep certainty that something from beyond our understanding had reached out and made contact. I never park on the hill anymore during night shifts. Some things you only need to experience once to learn your lesson. I don't know if Melissa's spirit has found peace, or if she's still out there somewhere on Highway 2. All I know is that ever since that night, I've looked at my job differently. Being a police officer means protecting people, but sometimes I wonder if that duty extends beyond the living. I write this not to convince anyone or to explain what can't be explained. I'm just putting it down because sometimes carrying a story like this alone gets too heavy. Believe it or not, that's your choice. But the next time you're driving a lonely stretch of highway at night and you get that feeling that you're not alone, check your mirrors carefully, and maybe don't look too long if you see something staring back.